A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Backed by Dr. Cater's advice, Molly's help, and Jake's firm words, Sylvia Allison's father started off to the railroad station to meet the woman he once very nearly married. Her arrival in Glastonbury is the last step in Dr. Cater's treatment of Sylvia Allison. But at the same time, it may lead to changes in Mr. Allison's life, too. Now that Dr. Cater has restored Sammy to calmness and to the family fold, Molly's wondering just what part Esther Miller will play in changing Sylvia Allison from a wild, selfish, egocentric girl to a decent member of human society.
Well, Molly?
Well, what, Jake, dear? Did you speak to Sylvia? She didn't feel like speaking. She didn't want to come down. She didn't feel like speaking, so I can't force her, Jake, dear. How far did you walk, Miss Allison?
I went as far as the turn in the road. And then I let him go to the station alone to meet Miss Miller. What have I got to do there?
Sure, that's right. And did he said anything further?
No. Sylvia's his biggest worry.
Well, I'm glad she's not our biggest worry anymore. And I suppose that's it. Please. Enough. I'm too nervous now. Miss Miller will be here momentarily, and I'm too nervous. Please. I don't know what to do now. Set the table?
Of course, set the table.
I mean for Sylvia and Miss Miller all together?
Absolutely. You don't want to sit on the table, won't?
Things should be in momentarily, no?
If it was on time, yes. Well, what are we all sitting and looking at each other, what?
Wait, Jake, please don't get nervous also. I don't know, Jake. I'm just sitting and I'm waiting, and for what, I don't know.
For Esther Miller, why don't you know?
For more than Esther Miller, Jake. I'm waiting for what will turn out.
What turns out will depend on her.
I think it all depends on Sylvia. All right, Rosalie, please. Set. For how many? For how many? Use mathematics. For how many? It's difficult. I'm 1, Papa's 2, you're 3, Pamela's 4, and Miss Allison is 5, and Sylvia's 6, and Esther Miller's 7. I think we'll only be 6 now. Why 6? You don't think Sylvia's going to eat at the same table with Miss Miller? Hey, Rosalie, please. Why shouldn't she? Because that would be right and decent. No Dr. Cater or anyone else is ever going to cure Sylvia because there's nothing wrong with her. She's just mean. Sylvia's changed. Sure she has, from loving Sammy to loving Dr. Cater.
And I say it all depends on Allison. If he puts his foot down.
All his life, Jake, he kept putting his foot down, and look where he is now. Doors in human hearts are opened with understanding, Jake. Now repeat. Oh, Jake. When you stop to consider, when you stop to think, when out of a day in your life you can take out a few moments to contemplate the lives of people in your vicinity, and you see... Oh, mine.
What? All you said was mine.
I mean mine. I mean what each person lives through in one little lifetime. I don't mean kings and I don't mean queens. They're born to carry a world on their shoulders. But I mean the little people. What happens but a person goes through 50 or 60 years of life?
Plenty.
Plenty. That's why, Jake, it's so wrong when the little joys and pleasures have to be pushed aside and denied. Wrong.
Meaning Allison, Molly, huh?
Meaning Allison included.
And what did he miss?
What did he miss? You can ask. For 15 years he missed simple pleasures of having a home. He missed the simple pleasures of, he missed having a wife. He missed things that 99 people out of 100 have and don't realize. And missing if you realize what 99 people out of 100 forget to realize. It's like having 2 eyes, Jake, instead of one. Like 2 hands or anything you have and never think of until you lose it. Oh, the simple pleasures, Jake. Jake, darling, give me the simple pleasures like bread and butter, and you can have the lemon chiffon pie. I don't want it. And now at long last, when Allison has the chance to crowd in the time of a few years the simple pleasures of a lifetime, and now when every moment is like a pearl, every moment from sunrise to the dawn is like a pearl, he has to have another obstacle.
Sylvia is more than an obstacle, Molly. She is a waller on Allison's life.
Oh, walls, Jake. Walls have doors sometimes, and walls have windows sometimes. So maybe...
It's getting late, Ma.
Let Rosalind finish your table, and you change your dress,
What's the matter with this dress?
For me, it's all right, but it's not all right for company.
Anyone that walks into my house, Jake, darling, I'm very sorry, is not company. I don't consider it company. When I go someplace, then I'm company and you're company. But when I have to cook, and when I have to stand by the fire, and when I have to do... So I'll put on an apron and I'm dressed up. You go, Jake, darling, change your shirt.
What's wrong with this shirt?
It's striped.
So that this striped?
So I don't like the telephone. Let me...
Shall I call Sylvia, Ma?
Don't call, darling. Maybe Dr. K then maybe wants to give me instructions what I should say to Sylvia. I'm surprised it didn't came over to say something. Hello?
Who is it, Ma?
Yes?
Is it Dr. Cater?
Yes? Who?
Who, Ma?
Yes. Telegraph office?
Telegraph office?
What is it?
Yes. Yes, read it, please. Yes.
Well, what is it, Ma?
Well, who is it?
Oh, mine.
What's the oh my?
Oh, mine. Very well.
What's the very well?
Thank you.
So speak a voice.
She's not coming.
She's not coming.
Oh, Esther Miller.
She's not coming.
Quickly, let us go.
Where?
To the station.
Did she say why?
No, only that she missed the train or something and she'll come some other way or something.
What other way?
Some way, Jake. I don't remember. Something she said very quickly. Let's go to the station before the train comes in and Mr. Allison gives her the side.
Can I go too, Ma?
And leave Sylvia alone in the house?
So she'll be alone in the house, so what?
So nothing.
So come, Molly, come. Let's go.
Come on, Ma.
Come on.
Did I take a coat?
No, it's all right.
Did I take a hat?
No, let's
Ma,
go.
oh, Sylvia, why don't you look up when she's coming? Sylvia, I'm leaving the house, Sylvia.
Dr. Cater, please. Hello? Hello, Dr. Cater? No, she hasn't yet. They're all at the station. I don't feel like going up. I have it 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 going up. I have a headache. Well, I just felt like calling. Don't you want me to? I don't want to meet you. I don't have to. I know you did. I heard you. What do I care about my father's happiness or hers? What have they got to do with me? Why is everyone worrying about Esther Miller's happiness? He could have married her 15 years ago. I don't care about them. And I'm not going back to live in a house with a stepmother. What? I'm old enough to live by myself with people I choose myself. What do you mean? I wanted to call you. I am listening to you. Why can't you talk about me? Why do you always have to be talking about them? Oh, you're not even listening to me. You don't care. You don't. You don't care what I feel. 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 But you're all like the rest of them. Do I have to be punished all my life for something I did once? I won't listen. I won't. No. Oh, stop knocking and come in.
Yes?
Do the Goldbergs live here?
Yes, they do. They're not here now. They went to the station to meet someone.
I think they went to meet me. I'm Esther Miller.
And so, through an accident, Sylvia is the first to see and meet Esther Miller. What will the daughter of Albert Allison say to the woman who once very nearly was her stepmother? And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Berg. This is James Fleming saying goodbye for the makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hiya, Casey. What's a good word?
Framus on the cranifrans.
Framus on the cranifrans. Huh? Say, what kind of talk is that?
That's double talk. Huh, Tony?
Well, I don't know anything about double talk, but I know good single talk when I hear it.
What's good single talk?
Well, straight facts like this. Anchor Hawking is the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the Blonde Lipstick. 9 o'clock in the evening at the Blue Note Cafe. It's too early for the late crowd, and the daily crowd has gone on to dinner. The place is practically deserted when...
Hi, Ethelbert.
Greetings, Ethelbert.
Casey, Miss Williams.
2 bottles of beer, pal.
Coming up. Here you are, Casey. I was hoping you'd drop in.
Huh? Why? What's up?
Well, there was a dame looking for you.
A dame? Who was she?
I don't know her name because she didn't mention it, but she really wasn't no dame. She was class.
Class of 1898?
Oh, no, Miss Williams, she was young. And when I say a girl has class, I mean she had... Well, it's not what she had, it's the way she used it. You know, class.
I take it, Ethelbert, she was good looking.
Yeah.
What'd she want with me?
I don't know, Casey. Not that I didn't inquire. She comes in and asks me if I would point out Casey, the photographer for the Morning Express.
Uh-huh.
With a note of regret in my voice, I says I would if I could, lady, but Casey ain't among those present.
Oh, then you probably said, is there anything I can do for you, lady?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Well, you told me she was very pretty.
Sure. Oh, now, wait a minute, Casey. I wasn't trying to cut in on you. I only asked her, is there anything I can do for you? And she says to me, oh, no, I wanted to see Mr. Casey. It's rather personal. So I told her you'd be around about this time, and she said she'd come back.
So you don't know her angle?
She didn't have no angle, Miss Williams. Well, she sounded more like she admired Casey from afar.
Well, don't choke, Annie. What's so funny about that?
Oh, be your age, Casey.
Well, she did tell Ethelbert that her business was personal.
Oh.
And the way she said it, men can tell about things like that.
Well, it might be a case of hero worship, you know. Lots of girls go for big names. Well, stick around and see. Maybe after all, I'm not a...
Casey.
What? What's the matter, Ethelbert?
She's here. Yeah? The one near the door.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah. That's what I said when I first seen her. Shall I call her over?
Ethelbert, do not delay fate.
Okay. She sees me. She's coming over.
Annie, how do we look?
Oh, nothing wrong that a tailor and a barber couldn't fit.
Right here, miss. This is Mr. Casey I'm pointing to, but I didn't get your name.
My name's Laura Neely, Mr. Casey. I hope you'll excuse me, but I just had to meet you.
It's a pleasure, Miss Neely. This is Miss Williams, an acquaintance.
Yes. Mr. Casey has no friends.
Oh, I read that honest newspapermen can't afford to make friends. Oh, you're just as I pictured you, Mr. Casey.
Really? Well, I don't go building up any romantic ideas about me, Miss Neely.
Oh, but it's true. Well, you reach the public every day. You have great power for good or evil, for influence.
Oh, for goodness sake.
You wanted to see me about something? Something personal, Miss Neely?
Oh, yes, Mr. Casey. It's very personal to me.
Oh, that's all right.
You see, I want some publicity.
Publicity? Oh.
You see, I'm working for a certain charity, Mr. Casey, and I know that if you give me publicity with pictures in the newspaper, I'm bound to collect a lot of money.
Yeah, I bet.
Don't you think, Mr. Casey?
Not at the moment, Miss Neely. I think Mr. Casey is nursing a case of severe disappointment.
Pardon me?
Is that what you've been hanging around for, some free publicity?
Oh, but it's not for myself, Mr. Casey. It's for a worthy cause.
Oh, I know. The old story. How do you want your picture? In a bathing suit?
Oh, Mr. Casey, you don't understand. This is a very worthy cause.
Oh, I know, yeah. Sure, yeah. Getting a picture in the paper is the first step in interesting some movie producer. No, I'm sorry, Miss Neely. No go.
Oh, you've really got me all wrong. Now, I'm sure you've heard of the City Welfare Fund, and I thought that as a newspaper
What did
man...
you say?
I'm working for the City Welfare Fund. I think everybody should help.
Well,
and
why
I
didn't
thought...
you say so instead of beating around the bush?
You mean you'll help?
Well, I'll be glad to help with the City Welfare Fund anytime.
Oh.
But every newspaper's collecting for the fund. What's your special angle?
Well, you know how people are, Mr. Casey. They intend to send a contribution, but they just never get around to it. But I call on them after work, and they're glad to give.
Would you give all your time to collecting?
Oh, as much as I can. You see, I work for the Stevens Electrical Company.
Uh-huh.
After work, I visit people evenings.
That's not a bad angle, you know? Look, I'll do a series of shots of you getting donations from prominent people. Annie, look, how does this strike you? I'll snap Laura getting a donation from Logan behind his desk at police headquarters.
I'm filled with enthusiasm at the novel.
Good, we'll start right here and now. Come on, Ethelbert, kick in. Hello, Annie. How's the news department?
Fine, Casey. 1 murder, 2 arsons, and a nightclub fight between 2 movie stars. In other words, I'm not writing up that baby-faced space grabber.
Now, Annie, she's collecting for the City Welfare Fund.
Collecting a lot of glory for herself.
Well, so what? She's working for it, isn't she? Every newspaper guy I sent her to has made a donation, even though he'd already given before. You know that Laura's collected over $10,000 already?
It must be that perfume she was sporting. Twilight in Paris. Guaranteed to land your man.
Oh, look, why don't you give the gal a break, Annie? She's okay.
Oh, is she? Well, I've tried, Casey, but I don't go for her.
Well, why not? The way you hate her.
I don't hate her.
Well, all right, the way you dislike her, then. Well, there isn't any reason for it.
I knew I'd dislike her before I met her.
Now, that's what I mean.
Williams, city room, police desk.
May I speak to Mr. Casey, please?
Now, just a moment. For you, Casey.
Huh? Oh, don't get up. Hello, Casey speaking.
My name is Thomas Stevens, Mr. Casey, president of the Stevens Electrical Company.
It sounds familiar, Mr. Stevens, but...
Miss Laura Neely is my secretary.
Oh, yes, Laura mentioned you.
And she told me about you, Mr. Casey. You've been helping her collect funds for the City Welfare Fund.
Well, Laura does all the work, really.
But you're very much interested, aren't you, Mr. Casey?
Naturally, I want to see the fund get as much as possible.
And I'd better tell you, Mr. Casey, I really don't know whether I should call the police
The police? What happened?
Well, there may be nothing to it, but on the other hand, Laura left the office with over $10,000 in cash, which she was going to take to the bank.
When? What time?
During her lunch hour. At 1 o'clock.
That's 4 hours ago.
Yes, she hasn't returned. I didn't think anything of it at first, but then I began worrying.
Well, did you check with the bank? Did Laura deposit the money?
I called the bank, but she hasn't been there. I'm afraid she's... well, it could have been an accident or anything, but she had $10,000 with her. What shall I do? Call the police?
No. Hold everything for a while. I'll check at this end, and I'll call you back in an hour or so.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Casey.
Goodbye.
Hey, I only heard your side of the conversation, Casey, but it doesn't sound good.
I should say not. Laura Neely left her office for the bank with more than $10,000 in donations at 1 o'clock. It's after 5 now. She never got there.
Check the bus and railroad terminals.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute, Annie. That's unfair, really. Laura wouldn't run off with that dough.
So I'm catty. But where's Laura? And more important, where's that $10,000?
Yeah, that's what worries me. Laura could have been followed and robbed.
Casey, I'm working a police desk, remember? I'd be the first one to get a report on a robbery or assault.
Well, she might be hurt, Annie. She may be unconscious in some hospital right now.
You know I get the accident reports, too, and nothing doing, Casey. Now, you better start thinking up excuses.
Excuses for what?
I'll state the case as simply as I can. You meet a girl at the Blue Note. You don't know a thing about her.
Wait a minute. If I can't judge a person's character after all these years...
Stick to men, Casey. You don't know a thing about women. I should know. I haven't been able to teach you a thing.
Like what?
Well, we'll go into that some other time. Right now, you've accepted a strange girl at face value. You introduce her to all your newspaper friends. You practically force them to give her money. What does that make you with all the boys? The biggest sucker in town.
Well, I'll still bet my last dollar that Laura's honest.
Face the facts, Casey. You were taken for a ride. Now, what are you going to tell the boys?
Nothing.
Oh, well, they'll be telling you plenty.
Well, not until they find out. Look, so far, her boss, Stevens, is the only one who knows that Laura's missing. That gives me a chance to find her.
Well, you'll need police help.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I will at that.
Well, I'll ring up Logan.
Oh, look, Annie, give me the phone. I'll talk to him.
Maybe you better let me do it. You did get Logan to pose for a picture with Laura. And it won't look very well when the story breaks.
I'll take my own medicine if I have to. I'm still not sold on the idea that Laura ran out, though. Hello, police headquarters. Hello, Logan. This is Casey. Now listen carefully and save your comments until I'm through. Laura Neely has disappeared with over $10,000 she collected.
Come in, Miss Williams.
How are you, Captain?
Fine. And who's the gentleman with you?
Oh, cut the comedy, Logan.
The gentleman is Mr. Casey.
Impossible.
Oh? Why, Captain Logan?
Because a certain photographer named Casey wouldn't dare show his face around here, not after what he's done to me.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Now, what'd you expect me to do, roll out the welcome mat for the guy who's made me the laughing stock of the police department? Every paper in town's going to dig up the picture of me handing a donation to Laura Neely. And are they going to go to town? Quote, Captain Logan gives official sanction to bunco game, unquote.
Now, hold on, Logan. I'll admit it looks bad for Laura.
Oh, and you'll also admit that Hitler might have been guilty, I suppose.
When you cut the sarcasm, we might get to work. Laura disappeared. She was carrying $10,000. But now lots of guys in this town could knock her off for less. Why don't you investigate before you jump to conclusions?
You know, Casey, the same thing occurred to me, too. I did investigate.
Did you find out anything?
Not much. Laura Neely was making $55 a week. And last week she buys $970 worth of dresses.
Well, so what? Every girl saves for clothes?
Oh, sure. But Laura's personal bank account was $200. She didn't touch that. And on top of the $970 for dresses, she spent $300 for 2 suits and bought $150 worth of luggage. When I got all those reports, I began to suspect that Laura might have been preparing for a trip.
How about the railroad and bus terminal?
Well, my boys checked them, but not a trace.
Well, you see, now.
But I found the record of an automobile sale in her name. Yesterday, Laura bought a blue convertible roadster from a second-hand dealer. Today, she's gone.
She bought a car. You pick her up fast in a blue convertible. Not many of them on the road.
So we pick her up. Then what? We put her on trial, and the whole story comes out. How she took the wise boys in town, the newspapermen and the police.
All right. I'll take the blame for that, Logan. The boys will be glad to pass the buck to me.
But, if you take all the blame, Casey...
What else can I do, Annie? I fell for a story. I introduced her around.
Well, it would be pretty hard to live it down.
Who's worried? Yeah, I can always get a job. Who says I've got to be a crime photographer? I can go around snapping baby pictures.
Captain Logan, I'm afraid for him.
He'll blow his top and then calm down.
Well, I'd better stay with him. If Casey ever needed me, he needs me now.
Our story will continue in just a moment.
Say, Tony, who collects and returns all the empty beer bottles in your house, you or Junior?
Empty beer bottles?
Mm-hmm.
Well, say, hasn't anybody told you about the new Anchor Glass one-way, no deposit, no return bottle?
Say, that's right. There's no need to save one-way bottles.
No deposit is required. You never have to return them to the store.
And they're a tremendous convenience, too. So light, so compact, and they take up so little space in the refrigerator.
And the Anchor Glass one-way bottle is a glass bottle. And because it's a glass bottle, it brings you beer and ale that taste as beer and ale should taste.
Unaffected by foreign flavors.
Clean, clear, sparkling.
Beer that's brewery bright.
No deposit, no fuss, no empties to be returned to the store.
And when you've enjoyed the beer, you dispose of the empty bottle as you would any other food container.
You are the first and the last to use it.
Yes, and that's why the new sanitary Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle is sweeping America.
And that's why, when you buy beer, you should say that you want your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Casey, wait.
Sorry, I'm in a hurry, Ann.
Oh, now, Casey, I'm going with you.
Why should you?
Well, I've helped before.
I don't need any help. I'm sorry, Annie.
What are friends for?
Thanks, kid.
Wasn't I always?
Sure.
Thanks, Casey. Now, what are we going to do?
Gotta find that blonde.
Well, the police will pick her up.
Oh, sure they will. Sure. But I've got to get to her first, Annie. If this story ever gets in the papers...
Well, what can you do?
Well, the way I figure is, if Laura was getting ready to leave town, she might have dropped some hint to somebody.
Well, she doesn't have any family that we know of.
Her boss is probably closer to her than anybody else. At least he may have a lead to girlfriends or boyfriends. I'm going to call on Thomas Stevens right now.
You make yourselves comfortable in the library. I'll tell Mr. Stevens you're here.
Thank you.
If I may take your valise, sir?
Oh, that's all right. That's my film case. I'll set it down right here.
Mr. Stevens will be down direct.
Yeah, we'll wait. Boy, the electrical line must pay off plenty.
Uh-huh. This is a lovely house. Oh, an original painting by Van Houten.
Oh, good evening. Do you like my wife's portrait?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Stevens. Your wife is a beautiful woman.
Oh, thank you. She's out of town right now, Miss...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Miss Williams, and this is Mr. Casey.
Oh, yes. I spoke to you on the phone, Mr. Casey.
Yes.
Do you have any news of Laura?
Yes, bad news.
You mean Laura's hurt?
No. Laura has run away with the money she collected for the city welfare fund.
Oh, it's impossible. I don't believe it.
They had a pretty hard time convincing me, too, but I can't argue about it anymore. Police found that Laura bought a flock of new clothes and luggage in a car, and then she disappeared.
She did. And I...
You what?
I donated $300 to her fund myself.
Huh? You're in good, smart company, Mr. Stevens. Quite a few people like to catch up with Laura. And I'd like your help.
Well, what can I do?
Well, answer some questions, if you will. You see, the way we figure, Laura was with you during her working day, and she might have dropped a hint as to where she was going.
Nothing that I can remember, Mr. Casey.
Oh, did she ever say she wished you were in California, we'll say, or Florida or someplace?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, I know very little about her.
And there isn't anything you remember that could give us some lead.
I'm afraid not, much as I'd like to.
Oh, sorry to bother you, Mr. Stevens.
Well, if I think of anything, I'll call you, Mr. Casey.
Yeah, thanks. You can reach me at the newspaper office.
Or perhaps the police will catch her.
Maybe. Yeah, but by that time, Laura Neely will have run through the money for the welfare fund. Shall we go, Eddie? Well, visit was a complete bust.
Well, I don't know about that.
What do you mean? Stevens didn't know a thing.
So he said. Come on, let's get into the car.
Here we are. Go ahead, Annie.
Okay.
Now, will you please tell me why you think Stevens knows something?
Casey, I've got something I want to show you. Switch on the dashboard light.
Huh? All right, here it is.
Now, what do you think of this?
Well, what a tube of lipstick.
Well, look closer.
Well, let's see it. All right, I still think it's lipstick.
Of course, but it's strawberry lipstick. Get it?
Strawberry, huckleberry, raspberry. What difference does it make?
Oh, none to a man, I guess. But this is the lightest shade of lipstick made. It's used by very blonde women.
Keep talking.
Do you remember when I sat down on the couch? Well, I found this lipstick between the cushions. That shows that Laura was in Stevens' library recently.
Annie, you got Laura on the brain since you met her. lipstick could belong to any blonde woman. It might even be Mrs. Stevens.
Didn't you notice that portrait of Stevens' wife? She's a brunette. Her shade would be deep red or purple.
True enough, but Mrs. Stevens might have dozens of blonde friends.
Stevens said his wife was out of town, didn't he? Well, none of her friends would come around when she's gone.
I still can't see it, though, Annie. All right, let's say for the sake of argument that I agree that Laura was in Stevens' library.
She was.
All right, does that make any sense? What would she be doing there?
Well, she might be in love with Stevens.
In love with... Well, all right. Well, let's see. Now, suppose he were planning to run out with Laura. So what does he do? He lets Laura steal the $10,000 which she collected for the welfare fund? Think, Annie. Stevens is a very rich man. $10,000 doesn't mean very much to him. Why would he let Laura take the money and get the police after them?
Well, when you put it that way.
Well, sure, those are the facts. Stevens is no dope. How do you get around that?
Oh, I don't know, but I do know that this is Laura's lipstick.
How? What are your reasons?
When something is true, you don't need reasons.
Oh.
And I know this is Laura's lipstick. And if we could get back into Stevens' home, I'll bet that you'd find more clues that she was there.
What am I supposed to do? Tell Stevens that I think he's harboring Laura and search the house, or shall I pull a gag about reading the gas meter?
All right, get sarcastic if you want to. But I'd get into that house if I wanted to find Laura.
Well, we could wait till Stevens left the house. Then I could walk in and tell the butler I left my film case behind.
Yeah, that's it. That'll give us a chance to examine the library again.
Well, okay, Annie. But I'm doing this for one reason.
Oh? What reason?
Your intuition was right once about Laura. And even if it's 1,000,000 to 1 against you being right again, I'm not leaving myself open.
You're sure that was Stevens in the car which left?
Yeah, I got a good look at him. He's gone.
Okay.
Good evening. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Casey, but Mr. Stevens left the house shortly after you did.
Oh, well, that's all right. I didn't come back to see Mr. Stevens. You see, I missed my film case, and I think I left it here.
Film case?
Yeah, that square leather case with a leather strap that you wanted to take. You know?
Oh, yes, I remember, sir. Will you come in?
Yeah, thank you. After you, Annie.
Yes.
You must have left the film case in the library, sir. I'll look.
I'll just come along and pick it up.
Here's the library, sir. Do you remember where you put it?
Well, it's too big to miss. It might be on the other side of the couch. No, it's not here. Do you remember what I did with it, Annie?
Well, you might have shoved it under the couch. Oh. No, it isn't there.
Hey, what's that over there? Wasn't here before. Oh, no, that's too big.
That's Mr. Stevens' overnight bag, sir.
Oh.
I placed it there after you left.
Oh, I see. Could anybody have picked up the film case after I left?
Well, it's hardly possible, sir, but I'll ask the maid if you wish.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd appreciate it.
It'll only be a few moments, sir.
You take as long as you want. Well, Annie, did you find anything more?
Oh, come here, Casey.
What?
Near the couch.
What do you mean? I don't see anything.
Smell.
Huh? You mean the perfume?
Yeah. And it's strongest near the couch. Laura sat here recently.
Some more intuition, Annie, or some logical reason this time?
Look, I'm sure, Casey. It's faint, but I'm sure it's Twilight in Paris, Laura's perfume. I'm sure she was here.
Just might fit in at that, Annie. Annie, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
What?
Well, first, I'll take you home. Then I've got to prepare a speech to make to a tough guy. And then I got to buy a can of paint.
You're late, Tom.
I had to be careful driving up here, Paula. Where's Laura?
In the cabin.
Did she give you any trouble?
Everything went like we planned. She came to the house with some papers from you, and I offered her a drink. That stuff you put in the liquor kept her out cold.
And nobody could possibly have seen you put her in the car?
Nobody. All the servants had the day off.
Fine. All your friends, Paul. I must have told 1,000,000 people that my wife is out of town for a few days.
This summer cabin of ours is certainly out of town.
Where's the blue convertible roadster you drove up?
In back of the fence, naturally. It can't be seen from the road.
Every policeman in the state is looking for that car.
Tom, how did it go in the city? Did the police accept the fact that Laura bought the car and the clothes with the welfare fund money?
They swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. The blonde wig was an inspiration, Paula. Buying stuff in Laura's name wouldn't have been enough if you didn't fill her general description.
So they accepted the story exactly as we built it up.
Yes, I have from that newspaper photographer, Casey, that the police are convinced it was Laura who bought the car and the clothes with the fund money.
Good. And now when Laura is found dead...
Paula, we have to kill the girl. After all, it's not her fault that I carelessly left my second set of books on the desk.
What difference whether it's her fault or not? She did see the books, and she does know that you didn't pay nearly $1 million income tax.
I wish I hadn't listened to you, Paula.
Don't be a fool, Tom. They'll send you to jail, and think of me.
But to kill. Look, Paula, that's murder.
Tom, we can't take chances. If you had to pay fines on the $1 million you held out, we'd be ruined. And you'd go to jail. Oh, no, Tom, I couldn't stand the disgrace.
Well, I don't like it,
Are
Paula.
you falling for her baby face, too? Well, I'll take care of her. I've got too much to lose. Come with that.
All right, put up your hands, both of you.
Tom!
Sergeant Hahn, State Police. Keep them covered, boys. Look in the back room. A guy named Casey said we'd find a beautiful blonde around here.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. You know the old adage, the pot calls the kettle black? Well, maybe you think it's natural for all cooking utensils to become scorched, blackened, and hard to clean. Well, that's because you've been using ordinary pots and pans. Now, when you use Fire King oven glass, that just doesn't happen. Fire King oven glass has a special non-porous surface that's literally mirror smooth. It doesn't absorb baking stains or odors, and it's amazingly easy to clean. And because you bake, serve, and store leftovers all in the same Fire King dish, you save hours of kitchen drudgery. Now, you'll find a wide variety of Fire King casseroles, pie plates, and utility dishes at chain and department stores and wherever household glass is sold. You'll be surprised at the amazingly low prices. Be sure to ask for Fire King oven glass by name. Fire King is a product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
I'm just about to bust with curiosity.
Yeah, me too.
Goodness, Annie, doesn't your feminine intuition supply the answer?
All right. So I was wrong about Laura. I know that Mr. and Mrs. Stevens are under arrest, and that Laura is coming back with the money for the city welfare fund.
Casey, Miss Williams, here comes Laura now.
Oh, Mr. Casey, you saved my life. You got the police to Stevens' cabin just in time. Well, I could kiss you.
Well...
I was just getting ready to like you.
Oh, I'm so excited I don't know what I'm saying, Miss Williams. Oh, I sure thought I was a goner when I laid there tied up and Mr. and Mrs. Stevens talking about killing me. And everybody thought I had stolen the fund money. Except Mr. Casey, of course.
Well, there were moments when I had my doubts. But to give credit where it's due, it was Anne who spotted the lipstick and the perfume odor at Stevens' house.
Which started you off on a train of thought.
Sure. That and the fact that when we came back with a phony excuse, I saw that Stevens' bag was packed for a trip.
Yeah.
Well, so I decided to see where he went.
And that reminds me, when you left me, you said that you had to prepare a speech for a tough guy and buy a can of paint. Now, what did you mean?
Well, I knew that we'd make Stevens suspicious if we followed in a car, so I had to get a plane. Now, who would you say is the toughest guy in the world, Annie?
A city editor.
That's right, Burke. Well, I got our city editor to authorize the use of our news plane. And once I had that, I needed a can of paint to mark the top of Stevens' car so we could follow it.
Oh, I see.
A cub reporter phoned the airport when Stevens left. Well, we spotted the marks on Stevens' car from the air and followed him to his summer cabin in the woods. And from above, we could see the blue convertible hidden from the road. So I knew that Laura was there.
Well, how'd you let the police know?
Annie, have you forgotten? Our new Morning Express plane is equipped with two-way radio.
Oh, of course.
Well, there's your story, Annie. You better get back to the office with it.
Oh, there are a lot of things which I don't understand yet.
Huh?
How about coming up to the office while I write the story, Casey? Just to help a slow-witted pal.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Miss Williams, I don't think you're slow-witted at all.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Cinematographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist, and tonight's story was written by Milton Kramer. Hunger and starvation are the enemies of civilization and democracy. It's up to every American, man, woman, and child, to save a little food each day. In that way, the people of Western Europe can be helped in their fight for decency and freedom. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In service, starting mileage 2937, 2937. Officers Perkins and Barner on station called Jefferson and Stanley.
Check 56, 6:21 p.m., starting night watch.
This is Don Reed, and I'm the police recorder writing with this detective unit on the call. The sounds you're listening to are authentic. Now, where are we going? What are we going to do? Well, I can't answer that question because it hasn't happened. But you're going to ride with us tonight and just listen while the cases unfold. Now, remember one thing. The people you hear are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is what happens on the Night Watch.
Night Watch. The actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We switch you now to car 56 on patrol, and your police recorder, Don Reed.
It's 6:23 p.m., and we're already on a call here on the Night Watch. And just as we were leaving the station, the watch commander ordered this unit to Jefferson and Stanley at the gas station to investigate a possible suspect passing bad checks. Well, as I understand the situation, one of our uniform cars has the suspect in custody at the scene. So in just a matter of seconds, we'll be there. Sort of a sidelight to this deal, in the terminology of the police department, they refer to a person passing bad checks as a paper hanger. Somehow I always get amused with that expression. Well, speaking of the gas station, here we are. A gentleman dressed in a blue outfit is waiting for us off on the left. One of our cars has the possible suspect detained. So let's get out with the sergeant and see what this is all about.
Are you the manager? Yes. Can we step in the station and talk to you a second? I understand you had some bum checks passed here. Can you tell us a little something about it?
Yes, I can. Chap drove in and he said, would I take a personal check? And I said, for the amount of the purchase only. I figured that if it was a phony or something, he wouldn't want to put them on the purchase, but he said, okay.
Did you ever see the fellow before?
No, I hadn't. Said to go ahead and fill the tank up. And so I was filling it up, and he mentioned that he had been in here a year ago, and I cashed a check for him then, and also he'd been in 3 months ago in a different car, and I cashed a check then. So I did at that time begin to get a little suspicious of him, but I couldn't figure his ways of getting the extra money. Mm-hmm. He said, well, while you got it here, go ahead and lube and drain it. So I said, okay. So we pulled it around, put it on the rack, and drained the oil. And while I was lubing it, he said, asked me if I had any white sidewall tires in stock. And I thought then that was what his angle was, to have me throw them in the back of the car and go out. So I told him, no, I didn't have them. I'd have to order them. So he said, well, do you run the wash rack? I said, no. That belongs to another party that you'll have to take back and have it washed. So when we dropped it down, he wrote out the check for me and then turned around and took it back to the wash rack. And while it was in the tunnel or through the process of being washed, I called the Pasadena branch of this bank that he gave me the check on, and they took several minutes. And then they finally come back and told me it wasn't any good. So he came up here and I told him his check wasn't any good. I asked him what he was going to do about it. And he said, okay, something's gone wrong. He said, I'll pay you for it. So he took out his pocketbook and he had around $3 in it. And he said, well, you take this and take my spare tire and I'll be back in a little while. And I said, no, you leave the car and then come back, bring me back the money. He said, well, okay, I'll be back here in an hour and give you the money. And he said, so keep the car here. I forgot to tell you that during the time that they had to call the Culver City Police and they had a patrol car in the way, and the patrol car arrived at the time that he was starting in that store. And then they immediately went over and picked him up.
They picked him up over there at the store across the street.
Yes, that was it.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Out here on the street again, and sitting across in one of our cars, I see the suspect in the back, guarded by an officer. Apparently he's handcuffed. I can see his hands twisted in behind his back. So from here, let's go on down to police headquarters and follow through with this investigation. I'm speaking now from the Detective Bureau from Police Headquarters. Sergeant Perkins has been assigned another investigation for the moment, so we are following this case through. The suspect, arrested a few moments ago on suspicion of attempting to pass a bad check, is seated at the desk. Questioning him, Lieutenant Conner and Detective Hanson of the forgery detail.
In this area before? I've passed some around, yes, a few of them.
How many places did you visit in Culver City while you were here?
Just one.
And how many checks altogether would you say you have out?
I don't know.
Where are these checks?
Around in the area. I mean around the Los Angeles area.
We put out an all-points bulletin. What kind of reports are we going to get back from these other towns?
San Diego. No, I don't know.
Well, we want to know in the L.A. area approximately how many checks have you put out here? Approximately.
Half a dozen, maybe, a little more.
How much would you generally make these checks for? Approximately
about $10.
About $10. And you would go in and buy something?
Yeah.
And then you'd get back some money in return?
Yeah.
And you'd always use your name, but you never forged any checks. It was always NSF.
My name.
Use your name, and you would. It was just insufficient funds in the bank. No account checks. Well, I tell you what. You know that you have committed a crime. You know that you have passed a lot of bad checks, so you know that you're going to be booked.
I tried twice to give myself up. Cold feet and turn around and went back.
Well, okay. Take him out and book him in on 476A.
It's 8:42 p.m., and we're here in the cell block at the police station. Well, since we're not quite ready to go back on patrol at the moment, there's a couple of questions that I'd like to ask this suspect, sort of off the record. So let's go over and have a talk with him. Tell me, how did you get started writing bad checks?
Well, it was just the handiest way to keep going after I ran out of the last job. And it would seem to be the best and safest way.
The safest way?
It seemed to be the safest way to me. I couldn't see running in and sticking up somebody. I mean, I figured I could come out better by writing a few bad checks and getting through what I had to have than I could by sticking up somebody.
Did you ever get, well, we won't say did you ever get caught, because looking through these bars, I think we got the answer for that. You know, if you could talk to several million young folks, there might be a few of them that might be getting the idea that they too could get some easy money. If you had that chance, what would you tell them?
Well, in the first place, it's not easy money. It's hard money, because, first place, it doesn't belong to you. and your conscience will never let you live it down. And although you can get $15 or $20 maybe by just signing your name on something, it's awful hard to live with it. I'm a living example that it doesn't work.
Okay. I'll try and pass your message along. Good night.
Good night.
We've just received a call of a possible attempt suicide in the car, so we're rolling right now. This call sort of caught us off guard. Well, we were just pulling into a drive-in to have dinner. The sergeant picked up the phone to request code 7, and bang, here we go. Looks like dinner will have to wait a while. We've had in our siren, rolling code 3.
5-2, come in.
Here comes the call on our speaker.
5-2, go ahead. 5-2, Culver and Globe. Attempt suicide. I'm notifying the fire department now.
You heard Control 1 advised, fire department notified. Means sending inhalator. Also, Unit 5-2, one of our uniformed cars, is running with us. We'll be there in just a matter of seconds now. As we approach each intersection, that siren hits such a high peak it's almost impossible to talk. Should be in the next block. Street's empty, except for one car parked against the curb on the right-hand side. That must be it. Slowing down.
Someone over there pointing, Sergeant. That's the car there? Okay. Thank you.
Witness too frightened to talk. Pointing. Car closed up. One oxygen. Appears unconscious. Motor running. Strong possibility carbon monoxide. Comes another one of our units rolling in behind us. Yeah, here's one right here, Sergeant. Up to the car. And slumped over the wheel.
How's it going, fella? You okay?
He's short. Fat.
You okay, huh?
Blood drained from his face.
Been drinking tonight or what?
Yeah. It's all right.
You're all right, huh? You know you've been parked here with the motor running, all the windows rolled up? You might have died this way, you know.
Yeah.
You trying to commit suicide?
No.
You're not, huh?
Did it?
Just a 447 and left his car parked with the motor running. You can cancel the inhalator. Yeah, you don't drive the car. Just leave the car alone. He's out of the car. We'll take the keys.
I want the key.
We've got the keys right here.
No, I mean,
What?
the other deal. I put the keys in there where I put the other speaker.
You did what?
I mean, put the keys in there where I put the other speaker.
What speaker?
You want 3 of them? You want,
What, are you selling them?
No.
it's come out. You'll work.
Yeah. No, I was supposed to put in another speaker.
Supposed to put another speaker where?
In the office. No, not the office, but over in this room.
You know what time it is?
Too late.
You know where you are?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Bakersfield right now.
Where?
No, not Bakersfield, but Fresno.
Fresno?
Just for the records, Fresno's about 275 miles north of here.
Have you ever heard of Culver City?
Yes, Culver City.
That's where you are now.
Very close to home.
Okay, Ellis, here's his keys. You better take him in and book him on drunk auto.
Nice little place
Let's get back to our car.
Oh, wait a minute. Come on, we'll put you in bed. No, wait a minute. Put you in the station. No.
560 Control 1, clear on the attempt suicide. 4478. 52 has subject in custody.
156, 10:15 p.m.
What you so quiet about?
Just thinking.
What about him?
That guy.
What about him?
Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking we had to roll code 3 through all that traffic just for a guy asleep in a car.
What's the matter? You want to go back being a radio announcer?
No. I think I look good with gray hair.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of a detective unit on their tour of duty. The people you hear are not actors. Every voice, every sound is real. Investigations are recorded as they actually occur. We'll give you the final results of tonight's cases at the conclusion of The Night Watch. We all know that insurance is a pretty important thing to have. We insure our homes, our cars, even our lives. Today, more than any other time in our history, we need country insurance. That's right, we need an insurance policy that will cover everything we own, including our lives, from the total destruction of an atomic war. That insurance is the Ground Observer Corps. Find out how you can become a member of the Ground Observer Corps by calling your information operator today. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, now on patrol in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
What time you got, Don? Oh, now let me check. It's 10:30. I'm hungry, to be honest with you.
Me too. Let's eat. 5-6 to 1, requesting 7 at the hilltop.
Control 1 to 5-6. Continue patrol. Stand by for call.
5-6, roger.
Well, that takes care of that.
Must have something hot.
Yeah, it could
Control
be.
1 to all units. At 1216 Jewel Drive. Ambulance cutting. 5-6, handle a call. Code 3.
5-6, 10-4.
There goes our dinner. You heard that call. Ambulance cutting. That's the only information we have. There's been a knifing of some sort. Apparently, someone has been injured. There goes our siren now. Sergeant's cutting it in. A knifing. Let's see, what does it mean? Is it over with? Is it still going on? What do we look out for when we get there? Well, we're all sort of thinking along those lines right now. Now, we have to drop our speed considerably as we approach each intersection so as not to outrun the sound of our sirens. If we see any motorists coming in from the side streets, we'll only hear our approach from a short distance, especially if they happen to have the radio going in the car. And now the sergeant's really blasting that siren coming into that intersection. Getting closer. And it's an even number. Should be on the left-hand side of the street. Here it is. Here it is. Small hotel. We're sliding into a stop with a group of people scattering for cover. They're waving us into the building. The sergeant is out of the car. Let's get going. On the street. Into the building. Man standing halfway up the stairs. There's blood flowing from his arm or chest. I can't be sure. Now he's starting to run, and the sergeant is chasing him. He's turning into a room. The sergeant has him trapped in the corner.
I don't want to go.
You don't want to go where?
I don't want to go.
Take a look at this arm, Lennon.
I don't want to go.
What happened, Tom?
I don't want to go.
Don't want to go where?
I don't want to go. I don't.
Just someone make a tourniquet of this arm. The sergeant is grabbing a tie. We call him off the dresser to make a tourniquet. Okay, just relax a minute. Hold it.
Hey, I don't want to go.
All right, let me get the tourniquet on.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Hey.
Hold it a minute, fellow, will you?
Hey, I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Let's get this tourniquet on.
Hey, you understand it, don't you?
Yeah, we understand it.
Hey.
You want to call an ambulance, Bill?
I don't want to go. I don't want to go.
Okay, now let's just hold it here a minute.
Do you know what happened?
Look, sit down a minute. Sit down a minute.
You want to tell me this what happened?
Yeah, what happened?
You really want to know?
Yes, sir. Keep your arm up a little bit, will you? So the blood doesn't drip all over. Keep it up here like that. Tell us what happened. What happened, Tom?
I don't see it so much. It's pitiful.
Well, what happened tonight on this deal? What'd you do? Did you try to slash your wrist or something? Huh?
I just can't see no more. I just
Just relax.
I just can't see
Relax
no more.
a minute, will you? We're trying to help you here. Now just relax. You want to tell us what happened?
Hey, My arm's starting to hurt.
I know it's going to hurt, but we can keep this closed for about 20 minutes before we have to release it.
All right, so I done wrong. I saw I done wrong.
What did you do?
I was going down there.
You got the bleeding stopped, Sergeant? Much as possible now. You want to tell us what happened?
I just took a razor. I don't know. I don't know myself. Do you know that?
Where's the razor? Is it in the room here? Is it up in the shower room or where?
I don't know. Don't let that...
Just sit down, relax. Just hold it right there.
Boy, I'd like to get that.
Come on. Just relax now. Look. You're just aggravating the situation now.
Yeah, I'm aggravating. Why don't you listen to me?
We are. We're trying to.
Why don't you listen to me?
Tell us what you know about it.
There he is, boy. Come on, shaky.
As far as I can see, no one came into the room.
You want to tell us what happened?
Just glancing out the window. There's an ambulance pulling up to the curb out there.
Right there. Don't you see him?
No, I don't.
Eh? I don't want nothing to do with you.
A couple of the officers are up here now and are assisting the victim downstairs to the ambulance.
Sergeant, can you make anything out of this?
I've got some ideas, Don. One thing we know for sure, those wounds weren't self-inflicted. Somebody's been working that fellow over with a razor blade. You can say that again. Let's get over at the am and see that he gets in there okay. Roger. Down on the street. The officers are having a difficult time getting the victim on a stretcher.
All lay down. Fine. Now, well, that's good enough, ain't it? I mean, now, what more to expect? Ain't there a...
Slow right down. Can you take him up a little further?
Yeah, slide up this way, man. Slide up. I can slide up more than you ever saw.
All right, put your foot down there, Colin.
Let me out of here.
It's apparent the victim is entering shock, whether he realizes it or not. He's lost a lot of blood. His face is very, very pale. I wonder if you'll ever know how lucky he is we arrived in time.
Hey, that's fine.
Well, that gets him underway to the hospital. Officer Ross is riding with him to keep him under control. Takes care of that. Where do we go from here, Sergeant?
Let's get back inside, Don, and find out what really happened.
Roger. Well, we have a possible witness here, so let's follow along and see if we can pick up any information.
He came and knocked on my door.
This your door here?
Yes, And he says, I want somebody. And I looked at him, and I saw his arms bleeding quite badly. And I said to my husband, I said, honey, this man is bleeding terrible. And so he tried to put a tourniquet on it, and he couldn't do it. So he goes back upstairs, and he says, I want help. You see where he threw blood on me, clear from upstairs, downstairs.
Do you know who he is and how long he's lived here?
No, I don't. But I do know this much. Look down here by this rat pack. You're going to find a bunch of them down here.
What rat pack? Where?
Don't say anything.
Where?
Right here. He didn't cut himself with a razor. He was cut with a knife.
Now, who cut him?
He was cut out front.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it.
I know he was cut.
He told me when he came
He
down.
told us that he slashed his own wrist.
Oh, he didn't.
Well, that bit of information probably won't help much because it doesn't match the physical evidence. Where to, Sergeant?
I got a hunch. Let's go on back upstairs.
Okay.
See this blood along here, Don?
Yeah.
This is where he must have come up and down the hallway several times.
Yeah.
Check this room here. The pool of blood in front of it right here. There's a lot more here than there was down farther.
I can say that again.
This isn't his room either. Wait a minute, let me check the door. It's open.
Yeah.
Let's go in.
Entering the room. Man, slumped over on the bed. Everything is just covered with blood. There's a razor blade on the nightstand next to him. Is he alive, Sergeant?
Yeah, he's alive. This is apparently where the fight started. I'll wake him up in a minute. Let's look around a minute first. We had a pretty good fight. It got all over the wall, splattered on the wall and the windows. A pool of blood down here.
Yeah. Right here, I got the same information. This is the guy.
Yeah, I know.
37, this is the room?
There's a razor in the glass here. Get up, mister. We're police officers.
Yeah, we want to talk to you. What was the fight all about?
Don't have any.
You don't have any what?
Fight.
What's the blood on the floor? What's the razor doing in the glass over here with blood on it? What's the blood on the walls over here and on the sheet there? What's the blood on your arms? Do you want to tell us about it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm a police officer, yes.
That's
a police officer there with a uniform on, too. What was the fight all about? You don't know. Come on, let's go. Understand? Let's go.
Well, I haven't done nothing.
Officer Bernard and Sergeant Perkins are now putting the handcuffs on the suspect.
Quiet. You're under arrest. Take him in the station, will you? And book him.
I don't get it. Could be the motive for a deal like that, Sergeant.
I don't know, Don. I think when those fellows sober up tomorrow morning, they won't know either.
Yeah.
You have been listening to an actual case of your police force in action on The Night Watch. This investigation was recorded as it happened. And now, back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
In the case tonight of the suspect attempting to pass bad checks, he was subsequently booked for violation of 476A Penal Code, the maximum penalty of which is not more than 14 years in the state's prison. Once again, we have the case of an alert citizen following through with his suspicions and passing this information on to the police department. Without this cooperation, the suspect might still be at large and defrauding innocent people such as yourself. The final case tonight, involving a man who was cut with a razor blade, both he and his assailant were booked for disturbing the peace. No assault complaint was filed because both men had been drinking and the victim refused to press charges. However, both he and his assailant were booked for disturbing the peace. The maximum penalty for this is $100 fine and 90 days in the city jail. Tonight's quick action on the part of our officers prevented further injury and also possibly saved the victim's life when a tourniquet was applied to stop the flow of blood from the wounds. My department is cooperating to bring you the facts as they actually happen on the night watch so that you may hear for yourself the part you can play in making your police department an effective law enforcement office. If we accomplish only a portion of this, then our efforts shall be well rewarded in bringing you the night watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have just heard on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of your police department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by police recorder Don.
Can you see him now?
In a moment, Miss Lee. I just found a shop on the burr on this drill. Didn't we get those new ones we ordered?
No, Doctor. The company said they wouldn't send us any unless we paid our bill. They say it's 6 months old.
So what if it is? I'm good for the money. What about the patient? Has he been here before?
He's new to me. He says he had a toothache and saw the sign outside.
All right, Miss Lee. Ask him to come in, please.
Very well, Doctor. I'll tell him you can see him now. Would you come in, sir?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, lady. Hi, Doc. Hello. Sit right down here if you will, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Doc.
That's the telephone. Excuse me just a moment, will you, please?
Sure. Sure, Doc.
Hello?
Hello, Michael. I home for dinner. I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Oh, I'll be home, Grace, but I have a patient with us here, so I've got to cut this short.
Oh, I understand. Goodbye, darling. Hurry home.
Goodbye, Grace. Well, now, sir, we're ready for you.
Yeah, sure, Doc. That was your wife?
Yes, why?
She like it?
Well, of course. I don't think I understand it.
She wouldn't want nothing to happen to you, would she?
Of course not. But then neither would I. What are you talking about?
To tell the truth, Doc, I ain't got no pain, no tooth. I guess maybe I'm going to be a pain in the neck. You see, I work for Professor Powell, and he says you're going to give me 10,000 clams, or you ain't going to drill no more teeth.
Get out of here before I call the police.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I forgot to tell you. The professor, he's cute. You get dead, so it looks like by accident. See?
I won't pay you or your professor a cent. Now get out of here.
Yeah, sure. I'll get out of here, but remember what I said. You get dead.
Before you left this morning, and you didn't. Your husband is rich. Why don't you pay me what you owe me?
I'm sorry, Helma. I just don't happen to have the cash. I'll see that my husband, Dr. Butler, makes out a check for you as soon as he gets home.
You better. Fine people you two are. Hire a maid and then don't pay her. I don't like that, Mrs. Butler. Something better be done about it.
I don't like being without ready money either, Helma. Something's going to be done about that, I promise you. I'm so slow, Michael. I'm a little out of practice when it comes to serving.
When's Helma coming back?
She isn't. That is, she'll be in the morning for her money. But she walked out this afternoon when I couldn't pay her. It was pretty embarrassing, Michael.
Well, I can't be bothered with that right now. I've got other problems. Grace, my life has been threatened.
What?
A tough character came into my office and told me he worked for somebody named Professor Powell. He threatened to kill me unless I paid him $10,000.
Oh, Michael, no.
No? Oh, yes. He sounded like he...
Oh, Michael, who can that be at the door? Professor Powell?
Oh, no, it's probably Stanley James. He left word at the office he'd be here tonight. I'll go to the door. I'll get rid of him in a hurry. I know what he wants.
Oh, please, Michael, you're upset enough. Don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I'll do something he'll be sorry for. Just because he's a dentist, too, he thinks I'm supposed to help him. Well, he'll find out.
Hello, Dr. Butler.
Well, Dr. James, what is it? If it's about that money you want to borrow, the answer is no.
Can't I even come in and discuss this with you, Doctor? It's really urgent.
I said no to you yesterday, and I'm telling you the same thing now. What right have you to think I'll lend you money?
I loaned you money when you were just starting. Dr. Butler, you've got to help me. You've got to.
I do, huh? Well, that's your opinion only. I think differently. Good night, Dr. James.
Wait. Don't close the door. Dr. Butler, you're going to wish you had loaned me that money.
Yes?
Yes. Believe me, you are.
Professor Powell?
I'm in here, Frankie. Come in.
Yeah, sure, Professor. Well, I seen him. Doc Butler you sent me to. And I told him what you said.
Did you now, Frankie? Excellent. And that means he'll pay.
I ain't doubting you understand, Pop, but what makes you so sure?
The fear of death, Frankie, my lad. The unreasonable but unqualified fear of being forcibly removed from this world. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure, but what do you mean?
Everyone has to die, Frankie.
Not me.
The few miserable years that may lie between the time fate dictates death and I do are cherished by ordinary men, cherished to a point where they will pay to insure them.
That's stupid, huh?
From their viewpoint, no. From mine, yes. Personally, I fear no death. This enables me to work without conscience or fear of consequences.
And now, Frankie, to the business in hand.
Yeah.
Did this Dr. Butler say he would pay my $10,000 fee?
He didn't say exactly. In fact, he practically tossed me out on my ear.
Good.
Good.
Of course. He's the first man in this town whom we have approached. Doesn't matter whether he pays us or we kill him. If he pays, we have the money. If not, we have an object lesson to cite for the next individual we solicit. Now, let us ponder the problem of doing away with Dr. Butler.
Philo Vance is outside. By all means, Miss Williams, ask him to come in. I've been expecting him. Vance, it's a pleasure to see you. Come right in.
Thank you, Markham. Thank you. Glad you called me.
I hope I didn't get you here under false pretenses, Vance.
When the district attorney sends for his friend, a private investigator, how could the pretenses be false?
Well, for one thing, Vance, I have no case for you to work on. At least I don't think I have. My call was sort of a precautionary measure. Vance, did you ever hear of Professor Powell?
Vaguely. Isn't he an extortion specialist who operates in the Middle West?
He did, formerly. He's either in town now or on the way here. I received a wire this morning from the chief of police at Allentown saying he thought Powell was en route here.
I seem to recall this Powell made a specialty of getting money from professional men.
Yes, according to the file we have on him. Now, Vance, maybe this is coincidence, or perhaps Professor Powell has started operations here. But this morning, a dentist, Dr. Michael Butler, was found dead in his office.
Really? What were the circumstances?
Well, to be frank with you, they don't necessarily indicate murder.
Oh?
He was found lying on the floor of his office with no obvious indication of how he met his death.
Is that so?
The only thing strange is he had a loaded revolver in his pocket.
You know, Markham, it strikes me that there is a definite connection between this mysterious Professor Powell and the death of Dr. Butler. I suggest we go to the doctor's office now. Would you close the door to the reception room, please, Markham?
All right, Vance.
I want to take a look around Dr. Butler's office. The body was found here, right?
Yes, that's correct. And his dental instruments are in the sterilizer ready for the day's work to be started. Except for the fact that the body's been removed, nothing's been touched.
I see. There's a glass jar filled with alcohol. Many dentists use this for cold sterilization. Do me a favor, please, my friend. Open the sterilizer and see if there's a hypodermic syringe in it.
Certainly, Vance. Yes, I see one. Oh, gosh, this is hot.
In that case, I think Dr. Butler was murdered, all right. And I think I can tell you how.
Oh, no, Vance.
Oh, yes, Markham. The fact that the hypodermic syringe was in the sterilizer tells me it doesn't belong there. It belongs in this jar of alcohol. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for the jar of alcohol.
I understand that, but not what makes you think this was murder. Or how you know how Dr. Butler was murdered.
I think the murderer came in here, took this hypodermic, which is generally used to shoot Novocaine into a patient's gums, and filled it with poison. Then he used it on Dr. Butler and returned it to the sterilizer.
But if the murderer got the hypodermic syringe from the alcohol jar, why return it to the sterilizer?
Very simple reason, Markham. Our murderer was pretty clever. He thought putting it back in alcohol would preserve the poison, but that putting it in the sterilizer would destroy all traces of the poison. It was natural that the hypodermic be put into the sterilizer. That would cover up the crime beautifully, or so it was imagined.
Well, Vance, it seems to me that if this is so, and I'm not doubting it, mind you, that you have encountered Professor Powell and have won the initial victory.
Perhaps, providing that the professor is responsible for this. Personally, I'm not convinced it was he. I'm going to Dr. Butler's home. He was married, you said?
Yes, he lived alone with his wife.
Well, I'm going to phone and ask if I may come out to see her. I'll be in touch with you as soon as I have something important to tell you.
Vance, with you on the job, that won't be too long. I'll be waiting.
Only there ain't nobody home.
No?
No. The reason there ain't nobody home is because they knew I'd be here to collect the money they owe me. I'm Helma. I was the maid here till yesterday.
My name is Vance. I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler. I felt certain she'd keep it.
I had an appointment with her, too. Get my money. 5 weeks they owed me for. Kept me waiting with all that money they have. She owe you money, too?
Hardly. I wanted something else. Information. It doesn't look as if I'll get what I came after either. All I can tell you, Markham, is that I had an appointment with Mrs. Butler, but she wasn't at her house when I got there. So I came back to the office.
Can't understand that, Vance, but I'm sure we can pick her up if we want her. I'd like to be assured of picking up Professor Powell, though.
You'll get him, too, Markham. Well, thanks for letting me know that the medical examiner found that poison had been injected into Dr. Butler. It's nice to know I was right.
Aren't you always? You know, the hypodermic left such a minute hole, it just wasn't detected until you asked that it be looked for particularly. Sometimes...
Excuse me, Markham, for breaking in on something I know I'd enjoy hearing, but there's someone at the door, and Miss Deering's out. I'll call you back.
Do that. Bye.
Bye. Come in.
Mr. Vance?
Yes?
I'm Grace Butler.
How do you do?
I'm sorry I wasn't home as I said I'd be. I just can't stay in that house anymore now that Michael's...
That's understandable. Please come in, Mrs. Butler.
Thank you. May I sit here?
Please do. Mrs. Butler, when I spoke to you on the telephone, you told me your husband had been threatened by a mysterious Professor Powell. Mrs. Butler, was your husband very wealthy?
Yes, I suppose you would say he was wealthy.
And you inherit most of his money?
Yes. You're not trying to...
I'm not trying to do anything except establish a clear picture of this case. You also told me of a threat made by a Dr. Stanley James, to whom your husband refused to lend money.
Yes. He hated my husband. And my husband expected trouble, Mr. Vance. Before he left home this morning, he put a loaded revolver in his pocket.
Yes, I know. We've withheld that fact from the newspapers, but we found the gun. Now all that remains to be done is to find your husband's murderer.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Butler murder case opened with the death of Dr. Michael Butler. Philo Vance reasoned that he was killed by an injection of poison into his body. Later investigation proved this correct. Vance's suspects include Professor Powell, an extortionist, Dr. Butler's widow, and another dentist, Stanley James. My secretary has told me that Vance is on the way into my office, and I have been waiting for him.
Markham, my friend, how are you?
Fine, Vance, fine. I imagine you have news for me.
No, not yet. I took a cab here to see your notes on the routine questioning of suspects. I have an idea they're going to be very important. May I?
Well, there's Sergeant Heath's notes, but certainly, Vance, they're right here.
What? Thank you. Dr. Stanley James admits he left his house early on morning of murder. Claims he went to the library. No corroboration. Let's see now. Mrs. Butler, asleep when husband left house. Collapsed when asked to identify body, and on recovery asked that she not be made to look at it. Permission granted. Complete check of her background and associates reveals no hint of trouble between her and the doctor. Well, Markham, as usual, our friend Heath is quite thorough.
Yes, he is. Oh, excuse me, Vance. Hello, Markham speaking.
Mr. Markham, this is Dr. Milstead, room 420, Johnson Building.
Yes, Doctor.
Mr. Markham, a man who calls himself Professor Powell just telephoned me to be in my office at 8 o'clock tonight. And not to notify the police or what happened to Dr. Butler would happen to me, too. You've got to protect me.
We will, Dr. Milstead. Standing next to me right now is Philo Vance. When the professor calls upon you, Mr. Vance will be there, too.
It's just 8 o'clock, Mr. Vance, and to be honest about it, I'm a little nervous.
No need to be, Dr. Milstead. I'm quite sure I can handle our friend Professor Powell when he arrives.
Oh, I'm sure you can. And thank you, Vance, for coming here.
No trouble at all. I've been wanting to meet the professor for some time.
Oh, that must be he now. Professor Powell?
Goodbye, Doctor.
Will you come in here, please?
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. I thought you had another patient in here with you, and I didn't want to interrupt.
I think you might prefer talking to me, Professor. My name is Vance. Philo Vance.
Philo Vance. Well, I have an odd compliment for you, Mr. Vance. You, the mere fact that you were in this city, postponed my coming here for several years.
Thank you.
Of course, I realize it is no coincidence that finds you here in this office, Vance.
Dr. Milstead, would you leave Professor Powell and myself alone for a bit?
Oh, of course, Mr. Vance. I'll wait out in the reception office.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all.
Well, Vance, this is indeed a compliment to my intelligence. Apparently, you wanted to meet me, eh?
Definitely. I'm rather glad about it, by the way. You see, I think you're a killer. I'm going to prove it.
You mean Dr. Butler, of course. Well, it's quite possible that I didn't kill him, you know. You must have found out by now about his wife and that other dentist who hated him.
As a matter of fact, I have. My compliments on providing suspects along with your murders, Professor Powell. Very considerate of you. By the way, what are your intentions in regard to Dr. Milstead?
There are so many other doctors, Vance, and after all, Dr. Milstead did bring us together. He's perfectly safe, believe me.
I'm sure he will be, now. Well, Professor Powell, I'm certain that this is au revoir, but we'll meet again.
Believe me, we will, Vance. But the next circumstance may not be so pleasant for you. Frankie, my boy, we must think of something completely different, completely wonderful for our Mr. Philo Vance.
You do the thinking, Professor. That's your department.
Thank you, Frankie. Now, let me see. There must be something that Vance can't possibly suspect. Something that is completely foolproof. He's a clever man, Frankie. A very clever man.
If he's that clever, let's leave him alone.
No. He's so clever I can't afford to. It can't be anything ordinary. Nothing obvious.
No.
Must be something I work out in careful detail. Something I... Frankie, I have it.
Hold on to it, boss.
I never forget anything, Frankie. Listen.
Yeah?
This is perfect. I'm convinced Vance is a menace. A definite menace to my future plans. I must do away with it.
Oh, it sounds like you're in my department now, Pop.
Hardly. Although you'll be called on to help.
Sure.
Frankie, Vance drives a 1944 Stanton convertible, dark green.
Well, a lot of people drive green Stantons.
That's right. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard for you to get me a car like that.
What do I do? Heist it or buy it?
It doesn't really matter as long as you get it.
I'll consider it gotten. What happens then?
Then I'm going to take a photograph of the inside of Vance's car.
Yeah?
If there's a worn spot on the flooring, I'm going to duplicate it in the car you get me. I'm going to check his speedometer and fix our car the same way. I'm going to duplicate everything in Vance's car.
You mean there'll be no way of knowing it ain't his own car when Vance climbs in?
That's exactly what I mean.
Uh-huh.
And then, Frankie,
yeah?
After I make our car an exact duplicate of Vance's, I'm going to fasten an explosive device to the starter and switch our car with his.
How about keys, boss? He's going to know it ain't his car from the keys.
I think not.
Huh?
Vance has his car delivered from the garage. The keys are left in it. It would be a simple matter to put his key ring in our car.
Hey, Professor, all I got to do is get a car like Vance's, and this thing can't miss, huh?
That's right. You know, Frankie, I'm not sure as to whether Vance subscribes to my theory about the fallacy of prolonging life. But it would be a very good thing for him at the moment if he were reconciled to it.
Gee, Professor, I sure did a good job of getting a car that was just like Vance's and of fixing the inside just like his, didn't I? Huh? Yeah, take a look at that bus in front of his door there, the one we're in. You couldn't tell them apart. I even put his own radio back in our car.
You did an admirable job, Frankie.
Thanks.
Now, all that remains is to wait here until Vance leaves the building. Tell me once more what you did so I know there's no slip-up.
Yeah, okay. After I drove the car to Vance's place and fixed the gimmick to the starter, like you showed me, I drove Vance's own car up the block and called you. You hopped the cab and came down. Here we are in Vance's own car.
Good. Very good, Frankie. Here comes Vance and his friends are just turning out of their building now.
Yeah, boss, and they're heading for the car we gimmicked up.
I don't think it would be wise for us to be in this vicinity after the explosion, Frankie. Perhaps it would be better if we left right now.
Okay, boss, you say so. Well, here goes. On with the ignition.
Better hurry, Frankie. Vance and Malcolm are getting into this car.
On with the starter now. Here we go.
Markham, I think Powell is still breathing. He is. Powell. Professor Powell.
The doctor said Professor Powell would probably regain consciousness before he died, Vance. Looks as if he was right.
Yes, it does. He shows signs of coming out of the results of that explosion. I'm going to talk to him. Powell. Professor Powell.
Hello, Vance. How did this happen to me?
It was simple, Powell. I didn't fall for your trick of switching cars. So when your man here went to telephone you, I switched the cars back to their original status. pushing the red car, not using the starter.
You saw what Frankie had done to the cars, Vance?
I didn't actually witness it, but I did look in what was supposed to be my car a little while ago. It seems your man forgot one detail. I didn't think you'd trust the actual work to an underling.
No, I guess that was a mistake. But I do have the satisfaction of having committed a murder and not being caught. That is something, Vance.
You killed Dr. Butler?
Of course. I killed him, and you never knew it was I. You never would have been able to prove it. You weren't really so brilliant, were you, Vance?
He's gone, Vance.
Yes, I know.
Well, his death did us a lot of good. We got rid of him and cleared up the Dr. Butler murder case. We know now that it was Powell who killed Butler.
Do we, Markham? I think not. I think you'd be very wise if you arrested the real murderer, Mrs. Grace Butler. Let's start with the motive, Markham. It was money. Dr. Butler was very rich. But Mrs. Butler was continually being embarrassed by lack of cash. When she heard about Professor Powell's threat to her husband, she decided to make sure the doctor died, knowing Powell would be blamed.
That's reasonable enough.
Of course. So she stole out of the house as he was dressing on the morning of the murder, came to his office, and waited for him with the hypodermic in her hand.
She had the hypo in her hand, put her arms around her husband as if to embrace him, and shoved the needle into him. Death was practically instantaneous.
Yes. Then she went through the routine of putting the hypodermic into the sterilizer, trying to eliminate all traces of the poison.
That's all very well, of course, Vance, but why did Professor Powell insist he killed Dr. Butler?
The colossal conceit of the man was responsible, Markham. He wanted us to think that he had committed a murder which couldn't be pinned on him. If he left that thought with us, well, he was content to die.
Yes. Knowing his philosophy, that isn't hard to understand. Now, one more thing, Vance. What made you suspect Mrs. Butler?
Something very definite, Markham. She told us she was asleep when Butler left the house the morning of his death. She never looked at the body, yet she knew her husband had put a loaded revolver in his coat pocket. She couldn't have known it unless she did see him that morning. When she denied seeing him, it could only be for the purpose of covering up the fact that she killed him.
Tell me one more thing, Vance. How did you know that your car had been switched so that you, in turn, could switch it back? The cars were exact duplicates.
Yes, they were, Markham, all except for one little detail. The gas gauge in my car wasn't working. It didn't register at all. When I got into the car in front of my door, turned on the ignition, and saw the register indicate it was half full of gasoline. I knew it wasn't my car.
Oh, I see.
Then I looked down the street, and there was my Sam.
So you figured out the professor's plan.
Logical as I did, don't you think?
Luck had nothing to do with it, Vance. Remind me never to commit a murder when you're around.
You're reminded, my friend. And incidentally, while we're on the subject, you're also reminded that this is the end of the Butler murder case.
Calling all detectives. A man tries to borrow $50 on a $10 clock and offers his soul as security. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. One of the lessons a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, learns after a while is that you can't tell what anybody will do until after he's done it. In my business, there's an awful lot of tedious work, as for instance, checking pawn shops for stolen property. What I was after that day was a 4-carat diamond ring, insured by Consolidated, and stolen under conditions that made me think it was the work of amateur housebreakers. An amateur without fence connections might try to pawn the valuable ring for a small amount, just to be rid of it. Jacob Faust's was maybe the 40th pawn shop I'd visited. Through its soiled windows, I could barely see a few moth-eaten fur coats, some second-hand clothing. There was one customer at the counter, and behind it a wizened little man, probably Mr. Faust himself.
$50 you want to borrow on this clock? Wait, 10 when it was new?
The customer was a tall, thin man with sunken cheeks.
I must have the money. I need it very badly. Then, my friend, you must have more security. What other security do you have?
The customer's answer was low, but not too low for me to hear.
I'll put up my soul.
Faust eyed his customer.
All right. It's a deal.
He opened a drawer, and as I watched, gave a man a $50 loan on a $10 clock, plus his soul. A pawnbroker named Faust gave a customer a $50 loan on a $10 clock, plus the customer's soul as security. Faust turned to me after the customer left.
What can I do for you, mister?
I showed him my credentials. I'm looking for a 4-carat diamond ring, square cut, worth $12,000. Maybe pawned by some punk. Have you been offered anything like that in the past week? Faust smiled, shook his head.
No. I make very small loans. $100 is the absolute most.
Well, that was that and what I'd expected. But I'd overheard words I had to have explained. Mr. Faust, did you tell that man you'd accept his soul as security? Faust smiled faintly.
Only an old man's whim, Mr. Browning.
I don't believe it. When that man offered his soul, he meant it, and when you accepted, you meant it too. Faust sighed.
Mr. Browning, some people are poor. Very, very poor. But you understand, they get hungry. They must pay rent, buy food. If you press them hard enough, they steal. A voice. So those I lend money. Their soul is the security because it is their most precious possession. While he owes me the money, a man must so behave that his soul is as good as new. Because what other security have I?
I turned away to hide my embarrassment. On the case I was facing, there was a tray of cheap costume jewelry. Is that stuff for sale, Mr. Faust?
No. These are pawns on small loans. $2, $5.
What about this ring?
It is one of my soul loans. $35. The stone is glass.
You're wrong, Mr. Faust. That's the ring I'm looking for. I'm sorry, but you'll have to get your hat and coat and come with me. At police headquarters, Willard Canopy, the owner of the ring, came down and identified it as the one stolen from his house. Just to be sure, I had a diamond expert look at it, too.
This is an unusually fine-cut stone of superb quality.
Well, there are strict laws about pawnbrokers making reports to the police on valuables they take in. They don't have to report souls, but when they take in $12,000 rings...
Mr. Faust, I have no choice. You're under arrest. You can call a lawyer if you'd like.
I have no money to waste on lawyers. I'm a poor man. Today, I lost a soul.
Okay, so I'm a heel, but I'm also a detective. There wasn't anything I could do but take him in, but there was plenty I could do after that. I drove back to the pawn shop, climbed the rickety stairs of the tenement above the store.
Yeah, what do you want?
Take it easy, pal. I'm looking for some friends of Jacob Faust.
Everybody's Jake's friend. Why?
He's in jail. Somebody slipped some hot ice over on the old man. He's in a bad spot.
Hot ice? Well, that poor old guy wouldn't know a real stone if he saw it. Come on, we'll take care of this.
The street was packed with angry, muttering people.
You wanted to meet Jake's friends? This is them. Go ahead, talk to him.
Somebody pawned a ring with Mr. Faust this past week. A ring with a square-cut stone. That ring, plus his soul, was security for a $35 loan. I must find out who pawned that ring. A gray-faced man pushed his way out of the crowd. I'll tell you who pawned it. I did. I grabbed the man. That ring is worth a fortune. Where did you get it? The man looked at me and at his silent neighbors waiting for his answer. Then, I stole it. I let the crowd see my hand heavy on the gray-faced man's shoulder. This man is my prisoner. Nobody touches him. Nobody tried to touch him. I got my prisoner to my car. All right. What's your name?
Tom Fresner.
Okay. Mr. Fresner, you put your soul up as security with Jake Faust. Now, there aren't many people who take souls as security. And when somebody like Faust does, I figure he must know his business. Mr. Fresner, you didn't steal that ring. Now, where did you get it?
My son. He said he found it. I needed money badly, so I brought the ring to Jake.
Where's your son now?
Please, he's just a boy, only 16.
Let's go get him. Who knows? Maybe he has a soul, too. Yep, we got the boy. He and 3 other kids had broken into the Canopy house. I told you it was an amateur job. So amateur that they took only that ring, and having taken it, didn't know what to do with it. The thing had no value to them. It was their first burglary, and their last, too. Faust was released, and the boys were put on probation. And when last I was in that section of town, the neighborhood kids had a supervised playground and club, thanks mainly to the efforts of Jake Faust.
Mr. Browning, if men and women are to have souls, we must take care that they do not become chipped or shot-worn when they are children.
And that's about all. Like I said, people do all sorts of peculiar things. Why, even I own 10 shares of stock in a neighborhood youth foundation. Just plain doing myself out of future business. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The High-Colored Cape.
Nothing like a drink and a good book on a rainy night. And what a night. Oh, no. All right. Don't sprain your finger.
I'm most sorry to intrude on you this time at night, but I may have waited too long already.
Yeah, well, look, miss, my office hours are 9 to...
Poor Andre, I felt something dreadful was going to happen to him, and now I'm sure of it. You must find him for me, the poor man.
Lady, wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Who is Andre? And for that matter, who are you?
I am Vivian Ordway, prima ballerina ballet du monde.
Prima ballerina?
The impresario of the company, my dear, dear old friend, my teacher, the man who's been like a father to me. That is Andre Ledoux. We must help him at once.
Yeah, well, listen, Miss Ordway, why don't you...
Mr. Marlowe, I feared for some time that Andre was on the brink of losing his mind.
Yeah, I can understand it.
He's a genius, tormented by 1,000 frustrations. He will never dance. He isn't crippled, but he is consumed with a passion for dancing and drives himself to express his genius through the clumsy feet of others.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. You've no idea, but I don't see why you came to me tonight, Miss Ordway. What can I do?
Help me to find him. Yesterday, something else happened to Andre. I don't know what, but it upset him. Then today at noon, when this awful rain started, he disappeared. And... Oh, good heavens.
Huh?
8:05.
Yeah, what about it?
I'll be late for the performance. Here, take this ticket and please come to the theater, Mr. Marlowe. I beg you. I'll pay you anything you ask. Only promise me you'll come.
Well,
please.
Okay, Miss Ordway. I'll be there as soon as I can. Ballerina swept out of my apartment like a frightened whirlwind. As I got dressed all over again for an evening ballet, which I needed like acute appendicitis, I saw that the ticket she'd left was number 27J at the Great Arts Theater, showing Ballet of the World, sponsored by one Mrs. Imogene Wyatt. Well, I got to the lobby, half soaked near the end of the second act, when an icy usherette shoved a program at me and hush-hushed me inside. The audience was a small cluster of Audi diehards down front, which left me in 27J feeling like Midway Island. My client, Vivian Ordway, was the whole show. When I saw the finale coming, I slipped down a side aisle and into the wings, just in time to catch a beef at the stage door between a long, wolf-faced intruder and a pudgy doorman.
Here, Scully Haskell. But even if she was, you wouldn't get in. She left strict orders. You're finished. Now get out and stay out.
Okay, but let me tell you something. I broke my back getting publicity for that diamond-studded widow in this outfit. Imogene Wyatt's going to be sorry she fired me. I'm going to see to it personally.
Get out of the theater, Scully.
Nuts. So you and this whole troop of stuck-up grasshoppers.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
Here. Come this way to my dressing room.
Tell me, have you heard from Andre Ledoux, Vivian?
No, nothing. But I did remember something that may help.
Oh?
Andre once mentioned that he had a friend here in Los Angeles, a Mr. Baker, who lived at the Winthrop Arms, the Winthrop Hotel, the Winthrop something.
Uh-huh.
Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Andre may be there. I'm grasping at straws, I know, but if his mind is gone and he is lost, oh, I'm so afraid for him.
Oh, now take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Vivian, is there news of Andre?
Oh, no, George, nothing. Mr. Marlowe here is going to find him for us. He's a private detective.
Oh, I see. Wonderful. I am George Melikov.
Glad to know you.
Vivian, I'll be at the hotel. If I can help, please do call on me. And, oh, my dear, you shone as beautifully tonight as the full moon. Как красивая луна. We mere stars were hardly visible beside you. До свидания, душа.
Fast man with a compliment, huh?
He's very sweet.
Yeah, what hotel did he mean?
The Wilshire Gardens, most of the ballet stay there.
Oh. How about you, Miss Ordway?
I have a house, a studio on Lookout Mountain, 857.
857. Can I reach you there?
No, I'm going to wait here in the theater. If Andre should remember and come back, I'd want to be here. He's a very sick man.
After I left the theater, a quick check in a phone book showed a Winthrop Arms apartment hotel on Havenhurst Drive. It's just below Fountain Avenue. And when I got there, I found the name Baker stuck over the mailbox to apartment 1A. I went inside and up to the door.
Yes?
Andre Ledoux?
What do you want?
Well, your friends at the theater are worried about you.
My friends? I have no friends.
George Melikov's worried about you.
George Melikov, my friend, worried.
So is Vivian Ordway.
Oh, Vivian.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that dear child. What will become of her now?
Well, what do you mean? What's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Ordway sent me to find you. She's waiting for you at the theater.
Waiting at the theater? Why? Why? The ballet is finished.
What's that?
Mrs. Imogen Wyatt withdraws her support completely. There is no more Ballet du Monde. I'm penniless. And all our work has been for nothing. I tried to reason with her, but... Oh, it was hateful. Afterward, I drove here on the dark street. The rain splashing, clawing at me. Rain.
Andre, where's your friend, Mr. Baker?
Hmm?
This place is packed in mothballs.
He is in Europe. It is all right that I am here. He sent me the keys long ago. Said I could use his apartment and his car. I came here to be alone, to think. My head aches.
Andre, what time was it when you left Mrs. Wyatt's yesterday? Do you remember?
I can't remember. Only that it was dark. Very dark. And it was such a difficult drive. Tomorrow she will notify her lawyer to alter the papers and order that imbecile. I wish she were dead. You hear me? I wish that Imogen Wyatt were dead. What was that?
Stay where you are.
What is it? Do you see anything?
No. Now, look. Andre, about your headache. Wouldn't you like to see a doctor?
Doctor? No, I'll be all right. I am all right. Understand?
Yes, sure. Well, do me a favor, for your own sake. Stay here tonight, inside. I want to check a couple of things, and then I'll be back.
Yes, I'll stay. Where else would I go now?
When I left, I was convinced that if the ballet impresario hadn't already slipped his trolley, another slight bump would do it. But two things bothered me. So first I walked around to the window again, but any trace of an eavesdropper had been washed away by the rain. Item number 2 was the strong imprint the drive home in the rain had made on Andre's troubled mind. I wanted to know why. The garage was under the building on the far side. The door was unlocked and a small light burned in the back. I finally found the car, a sleek, close-to-the-ground Hudson registered to Olin Baker, and found it with the first grim discrepancy. The left headlight and fender were still streaked with rain marks, but the right had been wiped clean. And when I reached in and switched on the lights, that cinched it. The glass in the right headlight had been replaced. It was brand new.
Hey there. What are you up to?
Just testing my friend's car. I may borrow it. You the attendant?
That's right. You in here last night tinkering around with this here car?
No. Maybe it was Mr. Ledoux. He had it out last night.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. That was somebody else. I heard a noise. See him when I come out of my back room. This guy beat it. He took off like a scared turkey. They had a big black cape on with a high collar, flapping in the wind.
You better watch it, old-timer. That stuff's getting your eyesight.
Looked like a cape to me.
Yeah?
Well, I looked around. I didn't see no harm done, so I went back to my room.
What time was all this?
Oh, way past midnight. Maybe 1, 2 o'clock. I didn't pay much attention. By the way, mister, careful of the nip.
No, thanks. I'd like to use a phone. You got one?
Oh, sure. Back in the corner. I'll show you.
I'll find it. The call is personal. Do you mind?
Me? Should say not. Help yourself, Sonny. I'm too old to even be curious.
My first call was to a desk sergeant in the police traffic bureau. When I identified myself and asked about a hit-and-run accident possibly on Fountain sometime before midnight yesterday, there was a pause while he checked the record. And then...
On the button, Mr. Marlowe. We identified him by his Blue Shield medical card.
Oh?
One Lyle Kretschauer. Apparently stepped out from between parked cars on Fountain Avenue between Orange Drive and Roxbury. Was struck by an unidentified vehicle at about 11:10 last night. Condition serious. Now, what do you know about this, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll get in touch with you later, Sergeant. Thanks. Stepped out from between parked cars.
Great Arts Theater.
It's Philip Marlowe. I want to talk to Vivian Ordway.
Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Marlowe. She's right here.
Okay.
Have you found him?
Is Andre all right?
Yeah, for the present. But listen, Vivian, I got to talk to Imogene Wyatt. Where does she live?
Mrs. Wyatt.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Let me think. It's 21 Cameo Terrace.
21 Cammy. Meet me there right away, will you? I may have a couple of rough answers for you, baby.
But, I'm still in costume.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, all right, I'll put something on over it. I'll be there just as soon as I can.
Between slick streets and visibility zeroed was a solid half-hour drive from the Winthrop Arms out to the swank Cameo Terrace. But when I pulled up at number 21, I wondered what the wealthy widow had spent her money on. The house was so small it must have been shingled with $20 bills to meet the zoning restrictions. I just started up the soggy gravel path toward the door when it came. As I started to run for the house, a green convertible I hadn't noticed before roared to life suddenly and disappeared down a side street. But I didn't have time to worry about it. Inside, I found Mrs. Wyatt on the dining room floor, fighting a losing battle with the distance to the telephone.
Last night, I was going to ruin it all. Now, Andre lived with me.
She was dead. I looked through the rest of the small and now silent house in a hurry, but found nothing more constructive than the rear door wide open. I got back to the living room just in time to see my client, Vivian Ordway, bizarre in a short, frothy ballet skirt and long white hose, standing in the front door.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
That's one way to put it. How'd you get here, Vivian?
In the cab.
What do you know that drives a green convertible?
Green? With Scully Haskell, a publicity man, but why?
The guy I saw in a beef at the theater tonight.
What's happened?
Imogene Wyatt was just shot to death. That puts two items of business up on deck. First, the check called Andre Ledoux.
Andre? Why Andre?
On the off chance that he can drive faster than I can. After that, a personal call on Mr. Haskell. You can fill that one in yourself.
Marlowe, Andre couldn't have. He couldn't have.
We'll see. Now, hang on tight, baby. Let's get it over with.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the great international comedienne Beatrice Lilly will be Bing Crosby's guest on CBS this Wednesday night. The CBS Bing Crosby Show always guarantees enjoyment. So be listening when B. Lilly joins Bing on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe. And tonight's story, The High-Collared Cape.
Made a cockeyed picture. A beautiful ballerina miles away from the stage, yet in full color-drenched costume and gaping through tear-streaked grease paint. Sudden death. It was a good time for me to start checking up. Andre Ledoux, the high-strung impresario, was first. If he was still at the apartment, I could cross him off as having done it personally.
Hello? Hello, who is it you want?
Sorry, wrong number.
Marlowe, he was home, wasn't he, Andre? I mean, you couldn't suspect him. Marlowe, why, Andre's the sweetest man in the world.
Take it easy, honey. I didn't say Ledoux did it. And his being home doesn't say he didn't. People sometimes pay other people to do their dirty work for them, you know.
Just what are you trying to say?
You hired me to find Ledoux, and I did. But also I found he was suffering from shock, and has been since last night when Mrs. Wyatt told him she was going to fold the show.
Fold the show?
Yeah. And that Vivian would ruin him.
And half a dozen more I could name.
You're so right, so you've all got plenty of motive.
But what about Haskell? We know he hated Mrs. Wyatt. Isn't revenge motive? Revenge and the fact that you saw his car. Why do you insist on defending him?
I don't. Only there's another angle. It's called hit and run. And I know that it ties in tight with Ledoux, Mrs. Wyatt, and the actual killer.
Hit and run? I don't understand.
Well, neither do I yet. Now, look, do you know where Scully Haskell lives?
No.
Where does he hang out?
Oh, sometimes at the bar at Wilshire Gardens Hotel.
Okay, I'll try it. Now, you go back to your place up in the hills. I'll find it when I got some answers. Now, hurry up and get out of here, will you? Somebody might have heard the shot and called it... Somebody did hear the shot. Go on, get out.
Yes, but Marlowe...
No buts. Go on, Vivian. Get in the cab and go straight home. Do your crying there.
All right.
Good. I'm trying to... Hey, Vivian, you forgot your coat. Vivian, you... Oh, no, baby. You forgot your cape. For a long second, I just held it tight and stared. High Elizabethan collar, enough gathered cloth to rig old Ironsides. It could have been what the garage attendant thought he'd seen running away from the car Ledoux had used. But the garage attendant could have been mistaken, too. I told myself that leaping high to conclusions was strictly for ballet dancers. I jammed the cape into a small bundle and left via the service entrance just as the police sirened up. I took the Great Circle route back to my car, tossed the cape on the seat next to me, and drove fast to the bar at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel. It was a kind of flattering pink-mirrored place where the hors d'oeuvre had long ago replaced the pretzel. But Haskell wasn't in sight. And the only person around who could possibly be of any help to me was the delicate George Milikoff.
Mr. Marlowe, have you seen Vivian? I am beside myself with worry.
She's all right, Milikoff.
She's not. I know. It is Monsieur Ledoux that she still worries about him.
Yeah, him and a little bit more, George. Now tell me, you know where I can find Scully Haskell?
Why, yes, I do. He was just here for a drink.
Where'd he go?
You're being very brusque, Mr. Marlowe.
Being very what?
You're brusque.
Yeah, well, now look, George. Without grand jetting out of your satin loafers, get this. There's been a murder, and Vivian's in it up to her pretty fluff skirt.
A murder? How is Vivian concerned?
Come on, Butch, let's get out of here.
Where are we going, Mr. Marlowe?
Out to my car where we can talk. The rain stopped. Come on. Over here.
You said somebody was murdered. Who was that?
Mrs. Wyatt. She was shot, and it might have been Haskell.
Because she discharged him?
Maybe. Or maybe something more complicated, like a hit-and-run accident that belongs to Ledoux, but somebody wants to cover. Does that make any sense to you? Here's a car.
No. Should it?
No. What's more, it shouldn't to Vivian, either.
What are you getting at?
There isn't time to explain. Call it thinking out loud. Thinking about this cape, for example, that belongs to Vivian. And about the testimony of a whiskeyed garage attendant. All of which makes me hope real hard that Haskell's the boy.
More thinking out loud?
Yeah, maybe. Now, look, where can I find Haskell?
The Paradise Court Motel on Vine. He has a bungalow there, number 3.
Oh, thanks. Well, if you're really worried about Vivian, George, go on over to a place on Lookout Mountain Road. She's not in good shape. Now, here, take this cape with you.
Ooh. What? Why, you cut yourself. Your finger's bleeding.
Yeah. On a sliver of glass, George. Glass that could have come from a broken headlight, huh?
From a broken what? What are you talking about, Mr. Marlowe?
The benefit of the doubt, George. Keeps getting harder to give it away. Bring this back to Vivian, will you? Tell her she left it at Mrs. Wyatt's, and that I'm positive Haskell's our man. So long, George. Not quite. The name's Marlowe. I want to talk to you, Haskell.
Don't waste your breath, Skip Chaser. I'm broke, and I'm going to stay broke until the 1st of next month. After that, you can get in line. Who are you funny for, the finance company?
Imogene Wyatt's dead, Haskell.
What did you say it? What's a gun for?
You lousy temper. Get back.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw you at the theater tonight.
Yeah, and I heard you, which puts me out in front. Now do we talk, Haskell?
About what?
Mrs. Wyatt's murder. You were sloppy.
And you're off your nut. I didn't shoot her. I didn't even...
Slips, huh, kid?
So I know she was shot. Doesn't prove I did it.
Come on, why'd you kill Mrs. Wyatt?
I didn't.
How'd you know she was shot?
Because it happened just as I got out of my car and started toward her place. I was going up there to read her off. The shot scared me away. Use your head, Marlowe. I was sore, but I didn't kill her.
No, but interference on that hit and run you were covering was plenty of reason.
What are you talking about, hit and run?
Hit and run! Don't move, Haskell.
Nuts.
I said don't move!
Congratulations, handsome. That's just what I had in mind.
Close the door and stand still.
Sure. Now what? The name's Nancy Connor.
Occupation?
Ex-friend of the unconscious. Don't look so worried, handsome. I'm on your side. I had something in mind exactly like that left cross you just threw. South Coast, huh?
Yeah. What's your beef?
I took this louse to a party with me last night, and he got so stinking drunk that I'm still apologizing to people.
He was with you last night?
Mm-hmm. Me and a couple of fifths of bourbon. From 8:30 till 5 a.m. And on Malibu.
He never left?
Not for a second. The loudmouth was positive. Nobody could get along without him. What's that got to do with you?
Too much. Tell Haskell I'll be in touch, will you? I gotta run now. Oh.
What are you looking at? It's just a program from the ballet, isn't it?
Hmm? Yeah.
Oh, Haskell has them all over the place, after all.
Yeah, sure.
So?
Hmm? Oh, so like I said, Nancy, I gotta run. It was 15 stop-and-go minutes from Haskell's place to the Hollywood Hills, and another 5 screeching up the paved snake that was Lookout Mountain Road. Finally, I was there out of my car and running toward number 857, which was a collection of windows and a rustic log frame half jutting out into space. And around in the back, there was a wooden sun deck. Below it, on either side, huge rocks that lined the edge of the cliff. Directly below, only the dark, bottomless canyon. On the end of the porch near me, there was a long flight of stairs. I started up, one careful, noiseless step at a time. My hand tight around the .38. Suddenly, in the weak light of the thin slice of moon, I saw Vivian Ordway. Her back to the flimsy porch rail, her face an ugly knot of terror.
Oh, George.
And only inches away from her and brandishing the gun he'd used to kill Mrs. Wyatt was the half-crazed answer to everything. The delicate jaw, Malakoff.
It's too late, Vivian. Marlowe knows this cape was what the garage attendant saw. And do you know how? Because of a stupid little thing. A sliver of glass that was caught in it, which came from the broken headlight that the wearer of the cape replaced. The wearer who was covering up Andre Ledoux's hit-and-run accident so that he could have the pig where he wanted it.
You're wrong, George. Marlowe was after Haskell. He thinks Haskell killed Mrs. Wyatt.
He only hopes that. And he'll find out one way or another that the beautiful ballerina is guilty. Then he'll be forced to come back here after you.
But, George, I'm not guilty.
Of course you're not, Vivian. I am. The cape is mine, not yours. You only used it tonight. That's the only thing he doesn't know, and never will. Because you will have killed yourself after confessing to me.
No.
It's the only way, Vivian. You or me. But it's always been that way, hasn't it? Even in the ballet, where one or the other of us had to be stars. Too bad it wasn't I.
Yeah, crying shame, Malakoff. Get away from that rail, Vivian.
He's going to the other end of the porch, Marlowe. He's going to jump at the ground there.
Malakoff, no!
Oh, no.
Too great a leap. Even for a ballet dancer. Let's get out of here. A long time at police headquarters, but finally all concerned had made their statement. The law was more or less satisfied, and Andre Ledoux never knew he'd hit anyone, was cleared of hit and run. That left me and the ballerina driving to a friend's house, where she was going to spend the night.
Phil, I know you must have had enough of questions and answers, but...
But?
Yes. The reason George killed Mrs. Wyatt,
Well, you see, Vivian, it started last night when George went to see Andre Ledoux because he was so bitter about his part in the show being cut down. And that was when he saw Andre returning from Mrs. Wyatt, shaken up and half dazed.
And with a broken headlight and other signs of having hit someone, huh?
Yeah. And from there, George thought fast, covered it all up, found out exactly what had happened from this morning's paper, probably, and waited. When you hired me tonight, he must have followed me to Ledoux's and overheard Andre tell me that Mrs. Wyatt was going to pull out.
Oh, so he went to her, tried to stop her, and couldn't.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, yes. Oh, one thing. Oh, that's the house there, Phil, the white
one. Oh, okay.
What made you hurry back to my place from Haskell's motel when time meant so much?
A hunch, honey. As I was leaving Scully Haskell's, I saw a stack of ballet programs on a table in his living room. The cover on it was very interesting. It features you and a picture of George, majestic in his high-collared cape.
So that was it.
Yeah. That was it.
Good night, Phil. Oh, Will you call me tomorrow sometime, please?
I'll call you. Tomorrow, Vivian.
Good. It's a nice night, Phil. And so good to be alive. Well, good night.
Well, I drove straight home in the quiet, empty hours through the quiet, empty streets, thinking all the way about ballet, which to me had always been something very delicate. You know, for the long hairs, strictly the arty side. And I thought about the people I'd met who were connected with it. The ballerina with a lot of courage when courage counted. The high-strung Andre Ledoux, Haskell the muscle man, and George. As vicious as anything I'd ever met on Skid Row. And I was still thinking about them when I got out of my car. But then for the first time I noticed a little white envelope on the seat next to me. It had my name on it. And inside was a ticket for tomorrow's matinee. Same seat I had before. Yeah, well, I figured I'd go. You know, those leaps they do, they're pretty good. What do you call them? Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Edgar Berrier, Elliot Reed, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty wild about ponies past a black-bearded sailor who bled to death on a racing form, to a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And you know what? I was the jockey.
Remember, every Wednesday night, CBS brings you Groucho Marx with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. It's one of the brightest, most spontaneous, most genuinely funny shows on the air, so be listening this Wednesday night on CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counterspy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the hideous hijacker. Would you care for a drink, Dillon?
Don't mind if I do, Mr. Shelby.
Myra, would you?
Scotch, isn't it, Dillon?
Yes.
Anything for you, Carl?
No, thank you, my dear.
That's a nice view of the ocean you have, Mr. Shelby.
There's nothing like a California beach house, I always say.
Right now, Dillon, I'm only interested in what you have to say about the business at hand.
Yes, I found your man.
Uh-huh. You're sure that he can handle this sort of thing?
With the greatest of ease and experience.
Here's your drink, Dillon.
Thank you.
Who is this man?
His name is Roxy Madera.
Madera, huh? Roxy Madera.
Sound familiar to you, Mr. Shelby?
Oh, he's the one who was released recently from the federal penitentiary?
He's the one. I was Roxy's attorney before the state relieved me of my practice.
Tell me, Dillon, is this man, this Roxy Madera, willing to take risks?
Risks that could cost lives, including his own.
Listen, a life to Roxy Madera is no more than a grain of sand. Well, Mr. Shelby, what do you say?
I say Roxy Madera is our man. Get him.
Gee, Roxy, Phil Vance as good as ever.
Sure, Billy. I'm a regular ballet star.
I miss you awful, honey.
Yeah?
Yeah, awful. Now it'll be like old times again.
Better. Give me a kiss. Never mind the kiss. Answer the door.
Oh, Dillon.
Hi.
You took your time getting here, Dillon.
Sorry, Roxy. Held up in traffic.
Okay, let's not waste time. Sit down. Billy, shut that phone off, huh?
Yeah, all right.
And go in the other room and powder your nose or something. Okay, Dillon, what have you got?
Well, I spoke to that certain party.
Just the facts?
Yeah, all right. The shipments consist of antibiotics.
Anti-what?
Certain types of drugs, such as penicillin, sulfur, and aureomycin.
So?
These drugs are being shipped down the coast regularly by truck to certain warehouses in this area. From there, the drugs are distributed, some of them shipping overseas to military stations.
So you want some of the loads hijacked?
As many as possible.
Who for?
Why, I am not free to reveal names. The certain party will pay well for each load.
Like what?
Oh, $15,000.
Uh-huh. And your cut?
5.
Kind of greedy, ain't you, Dillon?
Oh, no, I don't think it's unfair, Roxy. After all, I went through a lot of trouble. I made the arrangement.
Okay, quit bleeding. When's the first job?
Tuesday night. Now, what about your crew?
I'm a one-man crew. I bring Billy along just for the kicks.
Well, that's all right. After we work out the details, I'll leave the rest to you, because I know the job will be done with your usual thoroughness.
That's right, Dillon. When Roxy Madera knocks off a hijack, it stays knocked off.
I'll be glad when this haul is over, Vic. I'm pooped.
Me too, Joe. What a way to make the living, huh?
There could be worse ways.
Give me a for instance.
I'm sorry you asked the question. Hey, Vic, up ahead.
There's a car blocking the road.
Guy's waving us down.
With a gun.
Better pull up, Vic.
Okay, you two, come on down.
What is this?
Down.
Hey, look, Mac, you can't pull a thing like that.
Joe!
I can't pull it, huh?
Roxy, why did you do that?
Because I felt like it, Billy. Because it's the best way to operate. Any arguments?
No, Roxy. No arguments.
Agent Braden, Los Angeles Counterspy Field Office, to David Harding, Headquarters, Washington. A truckload of antibiotics was hijacked last night in this area. Both drivers murdered and bodies left on roadside. Truck missing. No further details. We'll keep you posted.
All right, you two guys. Like I told a friend, when Roxy Madera knocks off a hijack, it stays knocked off.
Agent Braden, Los
Report just received that third truckload of antibiotics has been hijacked. Pattern continues same. Both drivers murdered. Standing by for any special orders.
Harding, headquarters, Washington. To Agent Harry Peters, Philadelphia field office.
Peters, go ahead, Mr. Harding.
I'm leaving here immediately by jet. We'll pick you up at the airport there.
What's up, Chief?
We're flying out to Los Angeles. I'll lay out the details for you later.
Give on with the details, will you? You've had me second-guessing my head off.
We're going out to Los Angeles, Peters, to supervise a hijacking investigation.
Hijacking investigation? All the big stuff going on these days, I'd have thought that would be a strictly lower echelon operation.
Not when there's a threat to national security.
Maybe I should keep my big mouth shut and listen. Go ahead, Chief.
Peters, you're familiar with the importance of antibiotic drugs.
I sure am. Penicillin did the job for me when I had that strep throat 2 years ago.
Well, in the past 2 weeks in the Los Angeles area, 3 truckloads of antibiotics were hijacked. In each case, the drivers were murdered.
Nothing to go on yet?
So far, nothing. Those drugs, Peters, were not only to be made available for civilian use, but a great portion was to be shipped to our armed forces overseas. And I don't doubt some of those hijacked drugs will find their way overseas.
I don't follow.
We've been receiving reports from our agents in the Asian sector that American antibiotic drugs have been smuggled behind the Iron Curtain.
Oh? Which means that in case of an emergency, we could be short on such supplies and they could be well stocked.
It could mean that.
We've got a big job in front of us, Chief.
Big is right, Peters. Every minute counts.
For every minute he keeps me waiting, Billy, so help me, Dylan is going to pay.
He'll be here, Roxy.
Give me a cigarette.
Sure. Here.
So light it.
Here. Awful dark here, Roxy.
It's so dark I can't count. Car's coming up the road.
I hope it's Dylan.
It better be.
That you, Roxy?
Yeah, it's me, Roxy.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I got caught
in traffic. Yeah, I know. Make with a payoff, Dylan.
With pleasure, my friend. Here you are. For the 3 jobs. It's all there.
Minus the withholding tax.
What? Oh, you mean my little cut?
Don't get cute.
No, I only...
Come on, Roxy. You got the money. Let's get
Keep
that.
your holder on. I got something to say to the middleman here.
Well, what's on your mind?
You. I don't like a middleman. A middleman's a leech.
Oh, look.
You look, middleman. Now I know who that certain party is on the other end of the deal.
You know?
Carl Shelby. He's the guy who's paying off, right?
How'd you find out?
I trailed you one night to Shelby's beach shack down in Palos Verdes. I'm the kind of a guy who doesn't like to do business with a guy I don't know.
Oh, you'd like to meet Shelby, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's all right, Roxy. I'll take you to Shelby.
Now, you won't.
Oh.
I'll go there myself. I don't need a middleman to introduce me to Carl Shelby.
All right, Braden. Thanks. Peters.
Yes, Mr. Harding.
Come in here, will you?
What is it, Chief?
Agent Braden just called in. Peters, looks as if we've got our first real break in the case.
They located the trucks?
No. The body of a man named George Dillon was found by the state police a few hours ago in the outskirts of town.
George Dillon. What's his background?
A disbarred lawyer. Now, here's the tie-in Braden came up with. Dillon once represented Roxy Madeira, and according to our records, Madeira was released from prison 6 months ago after serving a term for interstate hijacking.
So you figure that Madeira's in on this case, hmm?
Yes. Braden also found out that Dillon and Madeira were seen together recently.
And Madeira should have some interesting answers to our questions.
Yes, he should. But Braden reports no trace of Madeira.
Oh?
So, Peter, I want a pickup bulletin for Madera sent to all our field officers.
Get right up.
Wait a minute, Peter.
Yeah.
One more thing. Until further notice, I want an armed guard placed on every truck in the Pacific Coast area carrying antibiotics. Maybe playing both ends against the middle will work out for us.
Now, don't tell me, Shelby, you miss your middleman.
Well, not for personal reasons, Roxy. But you've endangered my entire operation by murdering Dillon.
Like those waves out there, it'll blow over.
Maybe you didn't hear me before. The counterspies are looking for you.
Well, let them look. They won't find me here. I don't get in your way, do I, Myra?
Of course not. I find you stimulating company.
See, Shelby? I ain't in anybody's way.
Roxy, I think it would be best for all concerned if you were to take a trip south. Say, to Mexico.
Who asked you to do any thinking for me? If I want to take a powder to Mexico, I will. If I want to stay here, I will. Just don't lay out any cook's tour for me.
I'm going into my office now. There's some business that I have to take care of.
Oh, who's holding you here?
Myra, would you care to go with me?
I've got a terrible headache, Carl. Really.
Very well.
Aspirin's good for a headache, Myra.
Really?
Yeah. But I got something even better. Come here. See what I mean?
You don't waste time, do you?
Do you?
What do you think? I'd like a drink.
Some?
No ice in the bucket. You'll find some in the kitchen.
I'm used to Billy getting the ice.
Well, now you'll have to get used to my ways.
Okay.
Yes?
I want to see Roxy.
Oh. Billy, I believe is your name.
That's my name. Plenty.
Well, I won't ask you in. You already are.
Where's Roxy? Don't lie. And why didn't he call me in 3 days?
Why don't you ask him?
I'll make this easy for you to understand. Simple.
I'm sure anything you have to say will be simple.
Stay away from Roxy.
And if I don't...
I'll beat you up so hard you'll look like cake batter.
Well, you make your point rather colorfully.
Yes, well, don't make me prove it.
It seems to me that Roxy's become bored with you of his own free will. And to know you is to understand why.
Why, you... I'll give you something to understand.
Well, it'll take more than you.
Ow, my hair!
What won't solve that?
Come on, break it up.
I'll kill her, so help her.
Break it up, I said. There's feathers all over the
Let me go, Roxy, let me go.
Sit down, Billy. Stay there if you don't want me to bust you in the face. Sorry, Myra. This one's got no manners.
Roxy, you're a rat, a no-good two-timing rat.
See, no manners. She doesn't even know how to talk in front of a lady. I told you to stay in that chair.
You don't have to worry. I'm not going to touch your lady. I had an idea why you didn't call. I had the right idea. You're going to be sorry, Roxy. Real sorry.
I'll have that drink now, Roxy.
As soon as I get back.
Where are you going?
There's no telling what a jealous dame will do. I didn't like the way she said I was going to be sorry. I didn't like it at all.
May I help you?
Operator, get me the Counterspy field office in Los Angeles.
Counterspy field office in Los Angeles. 1 moment, please.
Roxy!
You are listening to the case of the hideous hijacker on Counterspy. There's top listening every Sunday evening with the Chimes. Tonight, the Big Show brings you another great array of stars. Tallulah Bankhead, Ed Wynn, Fred Allen, Ed Gardner, Jack Carson, and a host of others. Also this evening, Theatre Guild on the Air presents another outstanding story. It's Theatre by Somerset Maugham, and starring will be Gloria Swanson and Melvin Douglas. Now, back to Counterspy.
Harding, Control Car S1 to Field Office, Los Angeles.
Agent Braden, Los Angeles Field Office.
Braden, what about the report on those bullets?
Just checked with ballistics, sir. They'll have it any second. Anything turn up at your end?
Peters is still in the tavern inquiring. Call me as soon as you have that report.
Will do.
How'd you make out, Peters?
Batting average 1,000.
Yeah?
3 out of 3 people in that tavern identified Billy Horton as Roxy Madera's girlfriend.
All right, Johnson, back to the field office.
Too bad Billy didn't live to finish that phone call to us. Any reports come in while you were waiting for me?
Well, I've been in touch with Braden. The lab check made on dust particles in Billy Horton's clothes indicate a corrosive action of sea air for a period of weeks.
That means she's been around the Bay Area for some time up to her death. And it also pins down the whereabouts of Roxy Madera.
Providing they hadn't split up.
Braden to Harding. Braden to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Braden.
Ballistics just finished the report, Chief. The bullets which killed Billy Horton were fired from the same gun that murdered George Dillon.
Chief, that's proof enough that Roxy and Billy hadn't split up.
Braden.
Yes, sir?
Send out a special alert. Have all our patrols in this area concentrate the search for Roxy Madera in the Bay and Beach territory. I want Madera brought in, preferably more alive than dead.
And now, Roxy, we've reached the point where you're no longer visiting. You've simply moved in.
You wouldn't want me picked up, would you, Shelby?
Well, you'd be much safer in Mexico. I've offered to finance the trip.
But, Carl, it's not like you to be this inhospitable.
Inhospitable. Myra, do you realize that he intends to remain with us from now on?
And now you're losing your poise.
In a minute, he's going to lose some of his teeth. Shelby, I'm staying here just as long as I want to stay, so get used to it.
Do you, Myra, am I to understand this arrangement suits you?
Well, I can't really say it doesn't suit me. Sorry.
You ungrateful little... You animal.
Get up, Shelby. The conversation's over. Get out and take a walk for yourself. The sea air will do you good. Hey, got a message to meet you here, Mr. Shelby.
Get in the car, Sid.
Al said you had a special job you went on.
Very special. You know Roxy Madera?
Yeah, I know Roxy. He the job?
Yes. It's my wish to rid myself of Madera permanently. I'll pay you the usual price, $1,000.
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Shelby. Roxy's an awful tough customer.
Well, very well, then. $1,500.
When?
Tonight. After 10 o'clock.
Where?
You'll find him down at my beach house.
Your beach house tonight after 10?
Yeah. I'll be waiting at my office in the cannery. As soon as you're finished, come there and I'll pay you. And the quicker the better.
I'll make Roxy Madera a real quick job for you, Mr. Shelby. I'll be back for the payoff at 11.
What time is it, Myra?
2 minutes to 11, Carl. Now, why do you keep asking the time?
You'll find that out in a moment.
And why'd you call me to come here to your office at this time of the night?
You'll find that out in a moment, too.
You're acting very peculiar.
Am I? As you know, since Roxy Madera intruded upon my hospitality, I haven't been myself. And neither have you.
Are we going into that again?
Oh, you needn't be so annoyed, my dear. I shan't bother to talk to you about Roxy again. The problem has already been solved.
What do you mean?
The answer to that question is at the door.
Hmm?
Come in, Sid.
Sid couldn't make it, Shelby.
Roxy, what are you doing here?
Tell her, Shelby. Shelby's got his tongue tied on account of he thinks he's seeing a ghost. He had me fingered for a knockoff.
What?
Your boy Sid is in the cellar of your house, Shelby, with a head full of holes.
Roxy,
Shut up. I figured you'd try a stunt like that. It was all ready and waiting with his gun.
No, Roxy. No, please, wait.
Shelby, on the way up here, I was thinking what I should do about you. I could knock you off, but that'd be too easy for you. One slug and it's all over. So I figured I'd give it to you the hard way. Come on, Myra, baby, let's go. See what I mean, Shelby?
I got the message you wanted to see me here in the lab, Mr. Harding. Something special up?
Yes, very. One of our agents in Hong Kong came into possession of a parcel of American-made Oreomycin. It was scheduled for transshipment to Manchuria.
Oh?
There's the package on the lab table. It was flown back to us by special plane.
And the lab test proves what?
Well, see for yourself, Peter. First, look into this spectroscope here.
Metallic presence.
Specifically, zinc. That zinc was clinging almost imperceptibly to the cardboard container.
And the drug container was smuggled out in the tin, or rather a zinc receptacle.
Yes. Now take a look at this other spectrograph.
I can't make it out. What is it, Chief?
The lab technician tells me it's fish.
Fish?
Yes. And I think it's going to be the means for us to catch our own fish. Put an end to this case. Harding, Control Car S1 to all raid squads. Take your designated positions. We're going in now. Come on, Peter.
Right. A cannery, Chief. I never figured it this way.
We'll go in through this door. Keep me covered.
Right.
There's a light in the office down there. Come on, let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Whatever you say.
Now.
All right, stand where you are. Oh, there's no need for surprise, gentlemen. I was half expecting you.
Stand up and get away from that desk.
All right. Anything you say.
Carl Shelby?
Yes, that's my name.
You're under arrest by the United States government for espionage and complicity in murder.
I had nothing to do with the murders.
That remains to be proven.
We know Roxy Madera's mixed up in this with you. Where is he?
It'll be a pleasure for me to tell you where Roxy is at this moment. Exactly where he is.
I'm afraid, Roxy, you've permanently destroyed Carl Shelby's equilibrium.
I told you to forget about Shelby, didn't I, Myra? Concentrate on me.
It's difficult not to. You know that.
Sure.
But I can't help wondering about Carl. He won't take kindly to orders.
You take orders from me, or we'll take what Dylan and Billy got. Anyway, who needs Shelby now? You got the names of his contacts overseas. I'll deal with them direct.
Roxy. Roxy Madera, who takes what he wants when he wants it.
What about you?
We're alike, Roxy. We're the people who take.
There's another way?
None. We'll go a long ways together, Roxy, you and I.
That's right, Myra. No stopping us.
What could that be? Carl has a key. He never rings.
Answer it, but don't open the door. Go ahead.
Yes, who is it?
Counterspy.
Counter.
Open up. We know you're in there, Madera. Come out with your hands up.
Roxy, what are we going to do?
Get away from that door. Here's what I'm going to do. Try that for size, coppers.
The house is surrounded, Roxy. You haven't got a chance.
No chance, huh? Come on, Myra.
Where?
We'll make it out the side door and up the stairs to the road.
Oh, no, Roxy, we'll be killed.
Come on, I said.
Roxy, please don't let me go with you.
Like I said, you are my
I
kind.
want to die, please, Roxy.
Shut up.
No.
Go ahead, open the door.
They'll kill me.
Open it. Close it.
Drop your gun and come out, Roxy.
Okay, Myra, I'm going out there, but I'm going my way. Come in.
No, what are you
Get
doing?
in front of me. That's the way I'm going out.
Shoot me first.
Cops are too polite to shoot a lady. Open that door.
Please, Roxy.
Open it. I'm coming out, coppers. You shoot and this dame gets it from me. Get going, Myra. Keep moving fast.
You can't get away with it, Roxy.
You open up and the dame gets it like I said. Keep moving, Myra. Come on, over to the stairs. Faster. Up the steps.
I'm behind you, Roxy. Drop your gun.
Out of my way, Myra. I'm making it alone.
Well, Peters, that's the end of our trail and the end of Roxy Madera. Let's go.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counterspy. Listen next week for the exciting case of the prattling paper.
When enemy agents thought they had silenced one of America's top research men by murder, they didn't know that his research had made paper talk like a black streak. How your counterspies gave this black streak a voice will be revealed for the first time next week in
The Case of the Prattling Paper on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Mark B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Later today, the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show brings you another 30 minutes of laughs with Phil and Alice, Frankie, Julius, and the whole cast. Listen later for the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. And for radio's greatest spectacle, NBC brings you The Big Show with Tallulah, Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. Stay tuned for Tallulah Bankhead and the fabulous Big Show on NBC.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings to one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
The silliest business I ever heard of, Nick. Ordering a dish of macaroni just so somebody else won't get it.
Yes, Patsy, but it's this particular dish that holds the fortune.
But what if you don't get it before Green Hat does?
Then I failed in what I promised to do.
But what happens after you get the dish of macaroni, Nick?
We search it for what it contains.
And after that?
Anything can happen.
Now, the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It's been a busy day for Nick Carter, who's been cleaning up the routine business that has piled up on his desk. Now it is late afternoon, and Nick is still dictating letters to his recording machine while his secretary, Patsy, sits at her desk and taps her foot impatiently.
Dear Mr. Gaylord, I received your letter dated January 17th, semicolon. However, it is not my policy to accept cases of this nature, period. I find
Nick.
that activities of the sort you suggest are incompatible with a general standing
Nick.
that I have attempted to... Hey, Patsy, you turned off the machine.
That's right. It's 5:30. I won't transcribe those letters till tomorrow anyway. And besides, it's my birthday.
I only
Oh,
have
Nick
a few...
Carter, you promised me 6 months ago that we'd go out to dinner to celebrate my birthday, and I'm going to drag you away from the office. I have to use a blackjack.
All right, Patsy. I didn't forget. We'll close up the office right now and go out and celebrate.
Well, that's better. Which do you think would be nicer, Nick? The penguin room or the moonlight roof?
Your choice, Patsy. You're the birthday child.
I think the penguin room. They've got that big name band and all the...
The door.
Oh, no. Not another case. Let's keep very quiet and maybe he'll go away.
I'd like to, but it might be important. Don't worry about the dinner, Patsy. I'll see to it that you...
Mr. Carter?
Come in.
You're Nick Carter, the detective.
That's right. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
I want you to get me a dish of macaroni.
Beg your pardon. I thought you said macaroni.
I did.
What?
Well, perhaps I'd better explain.
Well, I should think so.
My name is Griswold, Ben Griswold. Years ago, I used to work as a contact man for your father, Sim Carter, when he needed an inside track on unusual circles.
Say, wait a minute. Ben Griswold, I remember you.
I hoped you would.
Well, you used to come to the house when I was a boy and help me with arithmetic.
That's right, Nick. But I need your help now. I can't go to the police. I can't afford publicity of any sort. It would ruin me.
I'd be glad to do anything I can, Ben.
I'll pay any fee you ask.
Now, don't worry about that. For an old friend of my father's that's on the house.
But you said you wanted a dish of macaroni.
Yes. Now, here's the whole setup. At 7:03 tonight, a man wearing a green hat will go into the cafeteria at 47th Street and Avenue M.
Yes?
Exactly 1 minute later, he'll drop a glass on the floor and break it.
But why?
That's an identification signal. Then at 7:05, he'll go to the steam table. There'll be 3 dishes on top of the counter. The middle one will be macaroni, Nick, and I want you to get that dish before the man in the green hat does.
Well, what's in it? Why is it so important?
Well, in that macaroni dish, you'll find a metal container. Now, I can't tell you what's in it, but I'll meet you here tomorrow, and before you hand it over to me, I'll give you legal proof that it's really mine. I can't go myself, Nick. They know me by sight.
I see. Now, let's see now. Green hat comes in at 7:03.
Yes?
At 4 after, he breaks a glass.
Right.
And I'm to beat him to the macaroni at 5 after.
That's right. And be careful, Nick. It'll be dangerous.
All right, Ben, you've got yourself a detective. I'll get that macaroni for you. May even bring back some salt and pepper for seasoning.
But, Nick, you promised to take me to the Penguin Room for dinner. It's my birthday.
Oh, that's right. Well, never let it be said that a Carter broke a promise. We're off to dinner.
At the Penguin Room?
No, Patsy, at the cafeteria.
Baked beans for a birthday dinner.
We'll make it up later, Patsy. We'll take in the Penguin Room and the Moonlight Room. Oh, there he is.
Green hat? Where?
Behind you. There by the water cooler.
I see. He's looking at his wristwatch. He's awfully big, Nick.
Yeah, looks as though he could walk upstairs with a piano under each arm. I don't like that bulge in his coat either. That's a shoulder holster.
There goes the broken glass, right on schedule. Have you got enough change?
A whole pocketful. Come on.
Right.
You keep away from Green Hat, Patsy. When you see me start for the door, get going fast and meet me outside.
Right, Nick.
Now, wait a minute.
Can I help you, Bud?
Coffee, black, and plenty hot.
Draw one.
What do you want coffee for now, Nick?
Might come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents. Thanks.
Now, down to the steam table.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll beat him. Here's the macaroni in the corner. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me that macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. Hey, look out with that coffee. Look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it.
With you.
Walk as fast as you can. Now, that coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the metal container out of the dish?
I had to fish the macaroni for it, but I found it.
What's in it?
See when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this must be my lucky day. I come out this...
Coffee for now, Nick.
Might come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents. Thanks.
Now, down to the...
Here comes Green Hat fast.
Wheel the steam table. Beat him. Here's the macaroni in the corner. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me that macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. Hey, look out with that coffee. Look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it.
With you.
Walk as fast as you can. Now, that coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the metal container out of the dish?
I had to fish the macaroni for it, but I found it.
What's in it?
See when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this must be my lucky day. I come out this...
Coffee for now, Nick.
Might come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
Thanks.
Now, down to the steam table. Beat him. Here's the macaroni in the corner. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me over. Hey, look out with the macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. That coffee. Look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it. Walk as fast as you can. The hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the
fish and the macaroni for it? But I found it.
What's in it?
See?
Metal container out of the dish?
Have you and Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this me. I come out this.
Coffee for now, Nick.
That must be my lucky day.
Come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll...
Thanks.
Now down to the steam table. Get him. Here's the macaroni in the corner. I'll drop a quarter and grab it.
Hey, you give me over. Hey, look out with the macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. That coffee, look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it. Walk as fast as you can. The hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the
fish and the macaroni for it? But I found it.
What's in it?
See?
Metal container out of the dish?
Have you and Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this me. I come out this.
Coffee for now, Nick.
That must be my lucky day.
Come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll...
Thanks.
Now down to the steam table. I'll drop a quarter and grab it. Get him. Here's the macaroni in the corner.
Hey, you give me over. Hey, look out with the macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. That coffee, look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it. Walk as fast as you can. Fish and the macaroni for it. But the hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the...
Found it.
What's in it?
See when Griswold comes for tomorrow.
Metal container out of the dish?
Head it round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this me. I come out this.
Coffee for now, Nick.
That must be my lucky day.
Come in handy.
There you are. 5 cents.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll...
Thanks.
Now down to the steam table. I'll drop a quarter and grab it. Get him. Here's the macaroni in the corner.
Hey, you give me over. Hey, look out with the macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. That coffee, look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it. Walk as fast as you can. Fish and the macaroni for it. But the hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the...
Found it.
What's in it?
See when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah. Metal container out of the dish?
Head it. Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this me. I come out this.
Coffee for now, Nick.
That must be my lucky day.
Come in handy.
There you are.
Here comes Green Hat fast.
We'll...
5 cents. Thanks.
Now down to the steam table. I'll drop a quarter and grab it. Get him. Here's the macaroni in the corner.
Hey, you give me over. Hey, look out with the macaroni.
Why should I? I paid for it.
Hand it over. That coffee, look out. Oh, hey.
Come on, Patsy, beat it. Walk as fast as you can. Fish and the macaroni for it. But the hot coffee I spilled on Green Hat will keep him busy for a while.
Did you get the...
Found it.
What's in it?
See when Griswold comes for tomorrow. Round this corner, quick.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Weinstein, up with the hands.
Metal container out of the dish?
Head it.
Green Hat.
Yeah, this me. I come out this.
Coffee for now, Nick.
That must be my lucky day.
Come in handy.
There you are.
Boy, that's just the way to treat a new pair of nylons.
There's the door, Patsy.
It's open, too.
I think it leads to an alley. Yes, it does.
Fresh air.
Careful. Green Hat may be around someplace.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I've got ashes in my shoes down the back of my neck.
So have I.
The first thing I'm going to do is go home, take a shower, and get into some clean clothes.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why, I am, too.
Right now I got a phone call to make.
But...
And I'm running a race, a very important race.
A race? Nick, you feeling all right?
Never felt better.
But this race...
Going to run a race, Patsy, with the Department of Sanitation.
Covered with dust and ashes, Nick and Patsy hurry through the city on a mysterious race. Their goal, the secret of the container in the wandering macaroni. As their cab careens through the streets, Nick wonders what lies behind the struggle for this puzzling prize. We'll see how he finds the answers in just a minute. Now back to the case of the wandering macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Covered with ashes, Nick and Patsy hail a cab and hurry back uptown. It is after midnight when they are dropped on a corner, and now they hurry along the dimly lighted, deserted street. Patsy is still trying to brush the dust off her hair.
Nick, I don't see why I can't go home and clean up.
Later, Patsy. We gotta hurry now. Ah, there's the cafeteria down the street.
Oh, but just look at my stockings. There isn't enough left of them to make a pair of bobby socks.
Here we are.
Why, this is the same corner where Green Hat held us up. Nick, what are you diving into that trash can for?
The container from the macaroni. I fixed it in here when I was picking up your purse.
So that's why Green Hat couldn't find it when he searched you.
I was afraid the sanitation department would get here first and empty it again. Oh, blast it.
What's the matter?
Who put banana peels in here?
You find it?
No, not yet. Wait. Yes, here it is.
Good.
Our little macaroni-covered friend.
Nick, there's a car pulling up, a police car.
I know. Sergeant Matheson.
Huh?
Said he'd meet us here when I hold him.
Oh.
You know, one of these days, Nick Carter, I ain't going to come running when you call.
Hi, Sergeant.
Hiya, Patsy. Hey, what have you been doing? Playing hide and seek in that garbage can?
In a way.
We've been chasing a dish of macaroni.
At this time of night?
Uh-huh.
You're both going off your rockers. Now, just stay nice and quiet, and Uncle Matty will call the wagon.
Don't be funny, Matty. I'm on a case. I need your help.
And how?
I'd like to look through your files and check a few things.
Okay, Nick. Hop in back, and I'll take you downtown. Now, what's all this about?
I can't tell you much now, Matty, but I have a hunch we're on a trail of something big.
All right, sit down, Nick. Carter will have those fingerprints for you in a minute. Where'd you get them?
From my notebook cover. The ape with the green hat had his paws all over it when he searched me.
Huh?
They kept the wallet, but gave me back the notebook.
What about the other guy?
The colonel?
Yeah.
There, Matty, is a smooth operator. Didn't touch anything. And tried to keep his face in the shadow, but he leaned forward when he reached for my wallet.
Well, why don't you check through our file, Nick, and see if you can spot him from the photographs?
Good idea. Patsy's on, too. She can help. Hey, where is Patsy?
Down the hall, washing up. You could use some soap, too, Nick.
I haven't time. Gotta crack this before tomorrow morning when I see Grizzle.
Any luck in the filing?
Not so far. No one that even looks like the colonel.
Come in.
There's a record on those prints, Sergeant. Mr. Carter was right. This guy's got a record as long as your arm.
Okay, Carter, thanks.
Now, read it off to me, will you, Matty? I'll keep looking for the colonel.
Now, let's see now. Oh, quite a guy, your man in the green hat, Nick.
Yeah.
Name Shiv Garson. Convictions 3, 6, 9. Everything from dope and hot cars to making book. Wanted by the Treasury boys for smuggling. I better have him picked up.
What's the latest they got on him?
Well, here he's been spotted down in South America, Port of San Luis Oro. Looks like the Treasury's been keeping a close eye on that baby, Nick.
Well, that's it. Hey, I'll be...
Well, what is it, Nick? You find the colonel's...
Well, I found my client's picture.
What do you mean?
Here on this card. Ben Griswold, convicted 1923, illegal stock manipulation. Served 2 years in state prison.
Ben Griswold. Say, I remember that case. I was a rookie when it broke.
Remember anything about him, Eddie?
Well, now, let me see. Yeah, he was a research scientist, but he got mixed up with a couple of stock-juggling wizards and took the rap.
Oh?
He's been going straight ever since, as far as I know, Nick.
So that's what he meant when he said he was a contact man for my father in unusual circles.
Huh?
Must have been an underworld agent after he got out of prison.
Could be.
Matty, after I check these files, I want to borrow your laboratory for a while.
All right, sure thing, Nick.
I've got a little special work to do.
All right, I'll have Carter open it up for you. But how about the container from the macaroni?
We can't wait till morning for the unveiling. Can you pick Griswold up tonight if we need him?
That's no problem. We'll find him somehow.
Good. And if you can get him down here and hold him till I call, I think we can break this tonight. Well, back at the office at last, Patsy. You're sure you don't want to go straight home?
No, I couldn't sleep anyway. It isn't every girl that gets kidnapped on a birthday instead of being taken to dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Patsy. Maybe I shouldn't admit it, but I was looking forward to that party, too.
Thanks for telling me.
Well, here we are.
I think I'll finish those letters before I... What's the matter, Nick?
Didn't you leave the light on when we went out?
I don't know. I think I did. I guess I turned them out, though.
It's dark now.
Nick, do you think something's wrong?
I don't know. There's only one way to find out. Wait a minute. I got the right key.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Come on, Patsy. I'll get the light.
Take a Green Hat.
Yes, and he's dead.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
The Colonel.
Yes, my dear. The Colonel.
I've been waiting for you.
Sit down at your desk, Carter. Don't bother reaching in the drawer. I've removed the revolver from it. I warn you, I shoot quickly and accurately, so don't attempt any heroics.
You think of everything, don't you, Colonel?
I try to. I find it necessary in my business.
Your business?
Perhaps I should say profession. I'm a smuggler, and a very good one. Don't move, Miss Bowen. I have no scruples against using a gun on a lady.
I'm sure you haven't.
What's that?
Air conditioning.
Oh.
Works on an automatic thermostat.
I see. Mr. Carter, I think I'd better convince you that I'm in business.
Well, we're convinced of that already.
The container you managed to get out of our hands holds microfilm plans. Plans photographed on small film.
Oh, we know what microfilm is.
What are those plans of, Colonel?
A new and secret process for casting aluminum.
Which doesn't belong to you.
Legally, no. You see, old Griswold discovered the process in South America, but he wasn't too careful about guarding his property.
You mean you hijacked it of him?
You could call it that. I knew it would be worth millions to the automobile industry, which would pay heavily to the first man to secure an American patent. I planned to have a front man patent it.
But you couldn't get it into the country because the Treasury men were watching your gang too closely.
Precisely. That's why we had to adopt that complicated method of delivering the container. And I might add, your shrewd guess decreases your chances of surviving this meeting.
You're pretty careless with murder, aren't you?
I'm afraid there's been a trail of death following that container, starting with the original inventor of the process in South America and ending in our unfortunate friend in the green hat. He failed, and I was forced to remove him. And he may not be the last, Mr. Carter.
You won't get clear on that rap, Colonel.
On the contrary, it's a perfect setup. Griswold couldn't call the police. Any publicity would call attention to the new process before he could patent it.
You'll slip, Colonel. It won't work.
I've told you this, Carter, to convince you that I'm deadly serious. I'm going to get those films, and I don't care particularly how I go about it. I think that corpse cooling on your threshold should prove that.
Looks as though you're holding all the aces, doesn't it?
Exactly. Now the container, please. I grow impatient, Mr. Carter. If you don't hand it over by the time I count 3, I shall proceed to shoot your secretary right between her very pretty eyes.
Nick sits watching the unwavering gun in the colonel's hand. He must act now, or the soft-spoken murderer will kill again. We'll see what he does in just a minute. And now for the conclusion of the case of the wandering Macaroni. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick's office is quiet as the colonel covers Nick and Patsy, his finger tightening on the trigger. The only sound is the colonel's voice.
1, 2.
Hold it, Colonel. I don't see why I should stick my neck out for a client.
Nick.
Must you show intelligence, Mr. Carter?
Nick, how can you...
Patsy, the container I gave you.
But, Nick, he'll...
Don't argue. Give it to me.
All right. Oh, what's the use of hiding it in the heel of my shoe if you're going to double-cross your client anyway?
Very clever, Carter. I see the heel unscrews.
Here it is.
Well, guess there's nothing left to do, Colonel. Here's your container.
Don't leave your chair. Put it on the desk.
Okay.
Now sit back. Don't move, Carter. Glad you finally displayed reason. Now, before we decide what to do with you, we'll see whether this is the real container. It opens on this end. It's stuck. Out of the way, Patsy, quick!
I've got the gun now, Colonel. And now we'll see how you like looking down the barrel.
Well, it's all set, Nick. We got the colonel booked. Murder in the first.
How about the rest of the gang, Matty?
All locked up. As soon as you called and told me Green Hat was dead and you had caught the colonel, Griswold led us to the guy who tipped him off about the macaroni deal, and he squealed on the rest.
Good.
I turned the plans over to Griswold, and he's got them in the bank vault.
And you better get the patent papers filed in a hurry before anybody else gets any ideas.
You know what burns me, Nick? That rat, the colonel, will probably hire 6 genius lawyers.
Oh, no, he won't, Matty.
He talked plenty before you got here.
When he was trying to scare me into handing over the container, he even confessed to murder.
Oh, that's fine, but can we prove that to a jury?
We could let them hear the confession with their own ears.
With that...
Just before he started talking, I kicked the switch on my recording machine under the desk.
Well, I'll be...
Got everything he said.
He thought the noise was the air conditioning, but he was really dictating his own death sentence.
But, Nick, how the devil did you get out from under that gun? The colonel looks like a pretty cool customer to me.
Yes, Nick. Just what happened. First, I'm looking at that gun too scared to breathe, thinking you were double-crossing your client. And then the colonel screaming that he can't see.
Well, I knew the colonel would come to visit me sometime. He had my wallet with my address in it.
Well, that's true.
The only way he could locate the container was to come after me. So I stopped in the police laboratory and fixed a surprise for him.
While I was washing up?
Yes. I took the films out of the container and rigged a little booby trap inside it with tear gas.
Well, I'll be doggone.
But that stunt with the heel of my shoe.
Well, Patsy, he'd have suspected me if I'd just had it in my pocket.
Oh.
I knew he'd open it up immediately to check. And that's exactly what he did. He got it right in the eyes.
Well, there's still one thing I'm not satisfied with, Nick.
Oh, what's that?
My birthday dinner.
Oh.
Even if we do go to the Penguin Room, the head waiter will probably get murdered, and you'll take the case.
Well, then, how about going back to the cafeteria for a dish of macaroni?
Oh, Nick.
Well, Nick, what about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
I'll get to that in just a moment, Bob. First, I wish to call attention to the fact that this is the first day of National Farm Safety Week. I want to remind every farmer I possibly can that the best way to prevent accidents on his farm is to be sure that everybody knows his job. Safety records in industry are achieved by training and watchfulness. The same thing is true on the farm. So don't take chances. The life you save may be your own. Now, Bob, next week we're going to meet a man who was murdered because he was cured of a disease he didn't have.
And the most amazing thing about him was the fact that his face could take pictures after he was dead.
A man's face that could take pictures after he was dead. That sounds fascinating. What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Dead Camera.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Ernest Kanoy. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. This little jewel, this little beauty, this little sweetheart of a story started on a hot night in June, around 7 p.m. I was at my desk trying to convince myself that there was really a good reason to get up and roll down my sleeves, tie my shoelaces, and start walking those steaming sidewalks. so that my 400 words could end up next to the girdle ads and the shipping news, arrivals and departures, page 38. Oh, well, it's a living. So dry your tears and think... But whose tears? I looked up. She had stopped a few feet from my desk, looking at me like I was one of those $60 embalming jobs. A cute little thing in crisp linen and wet cheeks. Can't be that bad, kid.
I'm sorry. I just can't seem to control myself. It's so awful. The elevator man said you were the only one around.
And that's why you're crying?
Oh, Mr. Stone, I just don't know what to do.
About what?
They called me an hour ago from the city pound. About my dog.
Your dog?
He's dead.
Oh, well, that's too bad, but...
He died of rabies.
Oh?
Been sick for days. I should have taken him to the veterinarian right away. Oh, it's my fault.
Well, those things happen. I know it's tough losing a dog.
That's not it. 5 days ago, he bit a man.
Well, this man better start the Pasteur treatment post-haste.
That's just it.
Hmm?
Oh, I tell you, since I got the call, I've been going crazy. What am I going to do?
Do?
I don't know who the man is.
Do that over again?
True.
Sit down.
What am I going to do?
The first thing you're going to do is start talking.
Oh, he was such a nice young fellow. He said his name was Fred.
Fred what?
I don't know. He passed by my house every day on his way to work. My dog took a liking to him.
Yeah?
It was 5 days ago. Last Monday. The dog had been sick, like I said. When Fred came to pet him, the dog bit him on the face. I went into the house to get some first aid stuff, but when I came out, Fred was gone. That's the last I saw of him.
Yeah, it'll be the last you'd see of me, too. Now, just sit where you are. Get me one of the doctors over at the Board of Health. I'll hang on. What's your name, kiddo?
Judy Hartley. I just feel terrible.
Why, you relax now. Everything will be okay. Oh, hello. Say, this is Randy Stone of the Star. A fellow gets bit by a dog 5 days ago. The dog later dies of rabies. Face. We don't know where he is right now. Yeah, I'm going to do what I can. I will. Thank you.
What'd he say?
He said the death rate from rabies is 100%.
Oh.
Now, just relax. The Pasteur treatment has begun in time. There's no danger.
Then we got to find him.
Well, there's another little gimmick, kid. When the bite is on the face, you only have about a week at the most to begin treatment.
Then?
Uh-huh. We got a couple of days to find this guy. After that, it's too late. Well, that's how it began. 7:35, Thursday night, June 6th. The girl and I went right to police headquarters, through streets choked with thousands of listless Chicagoans looking for a small breeze. When I told the lieutenant in charge what had happened, he turned as yellow as calcimine and put in a call for the captain. The captain had been called right in the middle of his son's wedding. When he came down to the station, he was wearing a white tuxedo, a red carnation, and a purple rage. Only after I told him what the score was, the carnation seemed to wilt in his lapel, and he looked a little like the calcimine, too.
Rabies. Good Lord. Where do you live, young lady?
3201 Palmer Place. Oh, I feel so guilty about this.
Anybody who has a dog who doesn't give an anti-rabies shot should feel guilty.
I know.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Now, you say he walked past your place every day on the way to work. How do you know he was on his way to work?
Well, he wore mechanic's overalls, and he carried a lunch pail.
Undoubtedly works so lives in that neighborhood.
Along with 100,000 other people.
You're telling me. Radio room. Across the Fingerstone. Hello. I want every squad car in the Logan Square area alerted. I want 5 special squads.
I uncrossed my fingers long enough to call in all the newspaper, radio, and television boys. We set up a news pool with me as liaison man because it all started at my little weather-beaten desk. And then the coverage began. With a 9 p.m. break, every radio and television station threw away their jingles and endorsements to announce that anyone bitten by a collie dog 5 days before should report to Captain Blair of the police at once. The evening edition of the Sun-Times, the Tribune, and the Star carried the same item on the front page. By 10 o'clock, the police switchboards were lit up like Christmas trees by people wanting to help. And by 10:30, the psychos were making their appearance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm the one, all right. I did it.
Did what? Judy, is
No.
Oh, but I am. I confess. You must believe me. I killed them all. Every one of them. If you want me to, I'll take you to the bodies.
That's sporting of you. Sergeant, will you escort the gentlemen to the bodies?
10 after 11, still nothing. Judy, the captain, and I sweating it out in his office, avoiding each other's eyes. The captain now with his white tuxedo coat hanging over a chair and his black tie dangling from one ear, and trying not to look at the clock. Judy chewing on her knuckles and me making one trip after another to the water cooler in the corner. And the minutes passed. And then the phone started ringing again like it had been ringing all night with one false alarm after another.
Hello. Yeah. What? Where?
Hey, what is it?
Pay dirt. Good work, Harris. Be right over.
They found him?
No, but the next best thing, they found out where he lives. Come on.
It was a rambling frame house over on Kedzie Avenue with a tin sign that announced housekeeping rooms newly decorated. 2 squad cars were parked in front, and a little gathering of citizens hung around wondering what the excitement was all about. A scrawny, hawk-faced landlady led us upstairs to a back bedroom, swinging a wadded newspaper at moths and flies.
Well, here we are.
As soon as Judy looked into the room, she stiffened with excitement and pointed to the dresser.
His lunch pail. He always carried it. It's his.
Of course it's his. Clothes in the closet are his, too. That whiskey bottle, it's his. Also, them girly pictures in the mirror. Nothing I hate worse than flies.
What's this man's last name?
Fred Grahams, the name he gave me.
Good. Now, do you
They
have
say
any...
it might hit 103 degrees tomorrow. How do those fellas know? Answer me that. Well, that fixes your wagon, Sonny, the dirty little monster.
Lady, do you have any idea where we can find Graham now?
Other copper asked me that.
And what did you tell the other copper?
Told him I didn't have the slightest idea where Graham is now.
When's the last time you saw him?
4 or 5 days ago. All them girly pictures, though. I figure he's got a roof over his head.
All right, much obliged, Mother.
Now, thank you to watch your language.
Coming in.
Yeah, Tony.
You.
Me?
Hold still.
Why?
Hey! Oh, I think I got away. I hate flies.
So, at a few minutes before midnight, we had his name, Fred Graham. And after the cops finished going through his room, we also had his personality. This was a lover boy from way back. Couple dozen love letters that made Chicago's heat wave seem puny by comparison. A large handful of girly pictures, each thoughtfully inscribed. Hair pomades and toilet waters galore, and 2 tins of Sen. Also some paycheck stubs from the A1 Auto Repair Service. Also a postcard from his mom in Cheyenne, Wyoming, hoping he was being a good boy. Good. This guy must have been terrific. By 1:30 a.m., every girl who'd sent a letter had been contacted. No Freddie. The owner of the garage hadn't seen him for 5 days. All his poor ma in Wyoming could offer were her tears. The one break with the snapshots. He appeared on a few of them, and his likeness was blown up full size and handed around. 2 television stations returned to the air to transmit the picture for a solid hour. And the 2 a.m. edition of all the papers tore out every story of disaster and war and hate and carried nothing on the front page but the smiling face of Fred Graham. The radio boys brought a wire recorder to the captain's office, and he transcribed the message.
This is Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham. The dog that bit you 5 days ago has died of rabies. You must have treatment at once, or you are doomed. Report to the police or to any doctor in Chicago immediately.
And for the rest of that night, the message was broadcast every 15 minutes on all the stations that remained in operation. But still nothing happened. And then around 4 a.m., the captain rolled up his sleeves, picked up the phone, and really went to work.
I'm sorry I had to get all you good people up, but we need all the help we can, and we need it fast. I want to bring all you people up.
The Red Cross people were there, the FBI, the civil defense people, representatives from the mayor, the Board of Health, scout organizations, the Salvation Army. A sweltering room full of people. I spotted Judy in the back of the room looking very pale and drawn. I sat next to her and she sagged against me.
The Board of Health doctor tells me that already it might be too late for us to help Fred Graham. And that certainly that every hour that passes reduces our chances of reaching him in time. Therefore, I've decided to call the entire city into the hunt.
Must find him, the whole city.
Judy. She folded up like a rag doll. I carried her outside to the first aid room where a nurse began bringing her around. When I returned to the conference room, I saw Judy's purse on the floor where she dropped it. I picked it up. It sagged suspiciously. I opened it. A gun. When I went back to the first aid room, she was feeling better. That is, until I handed her back the purse.
You found the gun.
Uh-huh.
I want it back.
Why?
Because it's mine. I have a permit.
You'll have to come up with a better reason than that.
It doesn't matter. I'll get another gun. If not a gun, something else.
Now, kid...
Don't you understand? It's like I killed him. It's just the same.
That's nonsense.
That's how I feel. And if they don't find him in time, I couldn't live either.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. I'd like to take just half a minute to alert our listeners for two more top mystery shows heard tonight on NBC. First, straight from the famous Craig Rice novels, hear The Amazing Mr. Malone. Then later hear Herbert Marshall starring as the man called X, who proves that the symbol X stands for adventure in all the distant and dangerous places of the world. Listen for The Amazing Mr. Malone and Herbert Marshall as the man called X, later tonight over many of these same NBC stations. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It had started out as just another hot Chicago night, and now it had disintegrated into a first-class nightmare. An entire city trying to find Fred Graham, who'd been bitten by a rabid dog and who would surely die if he weren't located very soon.
Well, I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham, the dog that bit you 5 days ago.
And all through the long hours of the night, the disc jockeys interrupted Old Soldiers Never Die and Dabba 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 to play the captain's recorded message. And all that morning on the Wake Up and Shine shows. And the television stations and the newspapers playing up the photograph of Fred Graham. But nothing happened. Around 6 a.m., I sent Judy home with a nurse and told the nurse to watch her every minute. And after that, I just hung around the hallway of the Central Police Station, watching the ruby red sun start a new sizzling day. The last day we'd have to find Graham in time. The captain called me in around 9. A white tuxedo looking like something left over from war surplus.
All right. So you might say he left town without picking up his clothes or his paycheck, and for no reason, mind you. We've checked on that. He's not wanted for a thing. No creditors or police record, nothing like that. But for the sake of argument, okay, he left town. Now look at these newspapers. Detroit News, New York Post, Miami Herald, San Francisco Chronicle. Front-page story, every newspaper in the country. And still nothing happens. Where is he, Randy? Where is he?
That's a good question.
Come up with a good answer. I'll fix every traffic ticket you get for life. I'm going batty.
Or maybe you need a couple of minutes sleep, huh?
Sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that Board of Health doctor lecturing us about the way a man dies with rabies. That's not why I called you in, Randy. You're the boy handling the press pool for all the papers. Okay, here's the latest plan of action. We're dividing the city into 8 sections. The scouts are going to supply us with 2,000 boys to cover the suburbs around Evanston. The Civil Defense is supplying 10,000 volunteers to handle the north side. The Red Cross is digging up another 5,000.
And Captain Blair.
Yes?
What are you making it so hard for a taxpayer to see you for? For an hour now, I've been trying to get in here.
I've been pretty busy. What can I do for you?
Robinson's the name. Joe Robinson. It's all over. Ended. Call off the cops. Everybody relax. Fred Graham's found.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
And those bums outside gave me trouble. Wouldn't let me through.
Look, taxpayer Robinson, just tell us where he is.
How should I know?
How should I know?
I mean, not right away. Give me an hour or two. But as soon as I hightail it to the airport and get my little Piper Cub up there in the wild blue yonder...
The wild blue yonder?
Don't you get it? I'm a skywriter. All day long, I float around writing, Soda Seltzer is the tops. Hour after hour, Soda Seltzer is the tops. You know how many people look up and see that? Only everybody. Okay, so today I tell Soda Seltzer to keep their $20 an hour, and I write, Fred Graham, where are you?
With a question mark?
Sure, with a question mark. You know how many guys in my racket can make a perfect question mark? Mighty few.
As gently as possible, we eased Joe Robinson, the flying taxpayer, out of the place. But in a cockeyed way, he was symbolic of the entire city, ready to give up $20 an hour to help find Fred Graham. Yeah, that's how it was everywhere. That morning in every church, a prayer was said for Fred Graham at early Mass. Around every newsstand, a solemn little crowd gathered, shaking their heads and taking it as a personal tragedy. Around the radio shops...
This is Police Captain Fred. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Tens of thousands searching through the city. Even the winos on Skid Row had been organized to search through the flop houses and basements of their area. Since midnight, not a single police officer had gone off duty. But still, Graham was nowhere to be found. Why? Where was it? In a few hours, it really wouldn't matter. Around 8 that night, I left the police station where you could have cut the gloom with a butter knife. And through the hot streets where gloom followed at my heels, and up to my office at the Star where the gloom was waiting for me. Everyone crowding around me, wanting to know the latest, and when I told them there wasn't any latest, they moved away quietly. These characters who'd covered stories of wars and famines and pestilence where millions had died needlessly. It's a crazy world. I went over to my desk to try to write the story, and then I saw the stack of telephone messages. I thumbed through them quickly, mostly from people wanting to help. But there were 8 of them that said exactly the same thing. Call SU-13689, urgent. Nothing could be very urgent after today.
Hello?
This is Randy Stone of the Star.
Why didn't you call me before? I've been going crazy trying to reach you. Didn't you get my messages?
I've been away from the office on the Graham story.
That's what I'm calling about. He wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Fred Graham.
What?
You've got to come alone.
Look, he needs help. He needs it fast.
I know that. But that's the condition. That you come alone.
What's the address?
Alone?
Yes. What's the address?
2830 Rogers Avenue, apartment C.
I've got it. How does he feel?
Terrible. Hurry.
I was in the cab on my way over there when I remembered a beat-up little dame who'd wanted to kill herself, namely Judy Hartley. We had to pass within 3 blocks of her house anyhow, and I figured the extra minute wouldn't make that much difference. I told the cabbie to keep the motor running and rang Judy's bell. Nurse opened the door, I went right past her to where Judy was curled up on the couch, still gnawing on whatever was left of her knuckles. I took her gun out of my pocket and handed it to her.
I don't understand.
Well, you said you had a permit for it, so I guess
But
it's okay. Besides, you won't have to blow your brains out after all.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do mean it. Come on. 2830 Rogers Avenue was a punch-drunk apartment building leaning up against a moldy gasworks. But to Judy and me, Buckingham Palace never looked so good. The dark hallway smelled more of cabbages than of kings. Beyond was a flight of stairs lit by a single flickering light bulb that dangled listlessly, willing to let well enough alone. I pressed the button marked C, and we waited. And then upstairs beyond our sight, a door opened.
Mr. Stone?
Yeah. Graham?
That's right. Come on upstairs.
We hurried up the steps. It seemed to me like 4 million Chicagoans were running up right with us, gasping down my neck. And then it came to me that I was doing all the gasping. And up ahead was another hallway lit by another no-talent bulb. A young man was standing beside an open door. Brother, am I glad to see you?
Yeah. No. Oh, no. No.
He spun around, went back into the apartment, slammed the door behind him. I must make a grand first impression. Graham, open up, Graham. Oh, what's wrong with you?
Maybe he's already starting to get sick. I read somewhere we're acting like this is one of the first symptoms.
Yeah.
Oh, break down the door. Break it down.
Stand back. Me and my dynamic tension.
That's it. That's it.
I stepped through the broken door and into the small bedroom. He'd been desperately trying to get out the window, and now he was cowering against the wall like a mad dog.
No.
Judy, get on that phone quick. Call Captain Barnes. Have him get an ambulance over here right away.
He won't need an ambulance. He'll need a hearse.
Why?
Oh, now listen to me, sweetheart. I can explain everything.
Sweetheart. Hey, Judy. Judy. What are you doing with that gun?
Killing a dirty rat.
Yes, the gun I'd given back to her half an hour before. The first shot shattered the window. The second knocked the head off a pink Cupid doll on the dresser. And the next two did terrible things to the ceiling plaster. The fifth went through a silk lampshade, making the tassels wave back and forth. The last shot was really a dangerous one. It came within 3 feet of Fred. And after that, the gun just clicked harmlessly several times. And after that, Judy began crying, which is where I came in. And then Fred started crawling over to her.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Don't cry. Please, don't cry.
Oh, Freddie.
Oh, baby.
Freddie, I wanted to find you and kill you. Now look at me.
You wanted to kill him? Graham, where are the dog bites I've heard so much about?
Oh, isn't it a fantastic little thing? But I do love her. I love her. I love her.
Oh, Freddie. The next time I get jealous, I want you to turn me over your knee.
Wait a minute. What is this?
Last fight we had, that was a real Lulu, wasn't it? She made me give her back all the letters and pictures, and still she wasn't satisfied. When I heard she bought a gun to kill me, I figured it was time for me to drop out of sight.
So, in order to find you, she came around to me with a story about her dog?
She doesn't even have a dog. Scared to death of him.
Oh, no, this isn't really happening to me.
Well, gee, I never expected there to be such a fuss about it, Mr. Stone.
Oh, no, Randy, it's all a dream. This is a dream.
I just thought that maybe you'd help me find him yourself.
Oh, hang on, Randy. Everything's going to be okay.
That's why when the captain called all those people in, that's why I fainted.
Oh, that's why you fainted. Sarah Bernhardt, you know what you've done to this fair city of 4 million people in the last 24 hours?
I guess that was sort of a silly thing to do. Wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
Well, since there were no more bullets in the gun, I couldn't kill her. or myself for not checking with the dog pound, but who could doubt a story like that? Tommy, I took a walk through the city where 10,000 Boy Scouts and 8,000 Red Cross workers, the entire civil defense setup, was searching for Fred Graham door to door. The television people, the newspaper people, the radio people.
Police Captain Blair. I am broadcasting this urgent message to Fred Graham.
Shut up! All those cops working the night through without a moment's sleep. The winos searching the flop houses. Every church offering up prayers. Dismally, I looked up into the sky myself, only to see in the fast-fading dusk a skywriter putting a smoky question mark on Fred Graham. Where are you? The whole city, 4 million people. What was the caliber of that gun? And then, gradually, I began to realize that maybe all this wasn't such a tragedy after all. Oh, sure, I was in for the razzing of my life, but just the same, maybe something wonderful had taken place without anybody realizing it. So what if the thing turned out to be a phony? There was nothing phony about the way this town of 4 million closed ranks and forgot all their petty little problems and went to work. If this was a sample of what would happen if a real test came, well, things were pretty good. When 4 million people can tear themselves apart trying to save the life of one simple guy without caring how much money he had in the bank or whether he was for Truman or MacArthur or what church he went to, when all they cared about was that one human being was in trouble. Well, by golly, the race of man wasn't so bankrupt after all. Copy, boy. No. Wait a minute, no. You better get me Captain Blair. I just hope he's had his rabies shot. Oh, well.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of the captain was played by Alan Reed. Others featured were Virginia Gregg as the landlady and Laura, Paul Freese as Fred, Joyce McCuskey as Judy, and the pilot Homer Welch. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial it right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Hear the amazing Mr. Malone tonight on NBC.
listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company, like Rexall MI31, for example, Rexall's popular and versatile mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs almost instantly, yet will not harm the delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. I'll help you out if you're in trouble, but if it's a murder, it'll cost you double.
Rick.
Oh, hello, Helen, baby. What's new with the wealthy?
Not much. Only we had a date last night, remember?
Well, did we have fun?
Oh, loads. Only we'd had more fun if you'd shown up.
Now, Helen, don't overestimate me.
I don't.
Oh. Look, honey, I am sorry about last night. Set up with a sick aunt, you know.
Tender.
Well, don't you believe me?
No. Expect me to?
No.
Then we're even.
Helen, I hate people who hold grudges. You busy tonight? Doing what?
Oh, I'll probably end up listening to some idiot play the piano.
Anyone I know?
Maybe. He's a little boy who never grew out of the cops and robbers stage.
Oh, yes, the good-looking one. He's the guy. Uh-oh. Client just walked in. I'll call you back and squirm later. Bye.
Diamond?
In the rough. What can I do for you?
You seen the morning papers?
Only the funnies.
Seen the story on page 2?
Hey, what are you, a traveling quiz show?
Look at it.
Pete Rocco broke out of prison.
That's right. You sent Pete up for murder. He always said he'd get out and take care of you.
Gee, I wish I hadn't cut my fingernails. I got nothing to chew.
You better find something. Pete's a nasty little boy.
Well, what's all this to you?
My name's Danny Rocco. I'm Pete's brother.
Oh, looking for a piece of cheese?
I found one. Get your hat, Shamus.
There was a bulge in Danny's coat pocket that hadn't come with the suit. Believing in the safety first slogan, I picked up my hat and was led to a car outside. We drove through town and then to Mulberry Street near 5 Points to the section that used to be the heart of the city. We stopped in front of a cigar store.
Okay, Diamond, get out.
Oh, it's so comfortable here.
Come on, move.
Well, if you put it that way. The Rocco Smoke Shop.
Yeah, it's mine.
Bet you sell opium.
In the back, behind those curtains. That's far enough. Ma! Hey, Ma!
I'm right here, Daniel. You know I don't like shouting.
Standing in the doorway was a little gray-haired old lady with a sweet, tired smile on her face. If this is Pete Rocco, he wore quite a disguise.
You Richard Diamond?
I've given up dodenying it.
Sit down, please. Daniel, stop looking mean. Go outside and tend the shop.
Oh.
Daniel.
Okay, Ma.
Well, now I've seen everything.
Daniel's a good boy, Mr. Diamond. but one must be stern at times.
Oh, yes, one must.
You're probably wondering why I sent Daniel to bring you here.
Well, I have thought about it between prayers.
Mr. Diamond, I tried to raise my boys the best I could. Peter and Daniel had every chance for success, but Peter failed me. He killed a man.
Go on.
I trained my boys to be pickpockets. That was during their school days, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
Later, I take them to a nice, tidy little bookmaking business. Like any mother, I wanted to keep them away from violence.
Very thoughtful.
Mr. Diamond, I've known crime and criminals all my life. My husband was an immigrant. A criminal killed in a gang war. It's the only life I could teach them, but Peter failed me. Peter turned to murder.
Mrs. Rocco, this is very interesting, but why was I brought here?
I'm getting to that. Please be patient.
Sorry.
You see, as long as my boys stuck to bookmaking, I was happy. I was proud of them. But when Peter killed that man, well, he failed me.
You said that before.
Yes, so I did. Mr. Diamond, you're the one who sent Peter to prison. Police couldn't catch him, but you did. I want you to send my boy back where he belongs. Behind bars.
Oh, I see.
I'll pay your usual fee. If Peter's out long, he might kill another man. I couldn't stand that. I don't hold with violence, Mr. Diamond.
There was a sad look on her face as she pushed the buzzer beside her chair. She was a proud little thing, but you could see the hurt in her eyes when she spoke of Pete. She was determined to have him put back in prison. After all, she'd only raised him to be a pickpocket. Oh, this modern generation. Absolutely no regard for their parents.
You ring for me, Ma?
Daniel, drive Mr. Diamond back to town. I'll watch the shop. Oh, dear. You haven't said that you'll take the job, have you, Mr. Diamond?
Ma would like for you to, Shamus.
Thank you so much. Daniel, you're looking mean again.
Danny drove me downtown. Instead of going to my office, I went to the 5th Precinct, where I found Sergeant Otis laboring over a crossword puzzle. Poor Otis. He couldn't find a 4-letter word for something that swims, even if you hit him in the face with a herring. Well, hello, Brainchild.
What? Oh, you.
Clever as always, I see.
Shamus, why don't you dig a hole and jump in it?
And disturb your wormy relatives? Oh, perish the thought.
Get lost.
My, aren't we touchy today?
Well, can't you see I'm working a puzzle?
See it? Yes. Believe it. Well, that's another matter. How about work on it, genius? I'm going to see Walt.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Levinson. My, you look impressive with your feet on the desk. Saving shoe leather?
Rick, where have you been? I called you 50 times this morning.
Well, I've been chatting with a very pleasant little lady.
Blonde or brunette?
Neither. Her hair was gray.
Well, for you, that's a switch. But, boy, you better go in hiding for a while. Pete Rocco's out of prison.
Yeah, so I heard. That why you called me?
Right. Rocco said he'd get you, and he's not the type to kid. He'll be looking for you, Rick.
Well, that's just dandy, Walt, because I'll be looking for him.
What?
I've got a client wants Rocco back behind bars. Any idea where he is?
Not much to go on. He's here in town somewhere, that's for sure.
Why do you say that?
Well, remember that roll he took from that bookie before he plugged him?
Mm-hmm.
More than $50,000. He never would tell where he hid it.
Oh, yeah. Do you think he'll hang around long enough to dig it up and then go south, huh?
That's how it looks to me.
On the other hand, he might contact one of his old cronies here to get the dough and meet him somewhere else.
Maybe. But Pete wouldn't trust many people with $50,000.
What? There was a guy named Roscoe Ward used to prowl around with Pete a lot. He's still around town?
Yeah, I got a location on him this morning. Seems he's a bowling fanatic.
Bowling?
Yep, hangs out in an alley around North Broadway. Joint called Atlas Alley.
Yeah, I know the place. Well, I think I'll get a little exercise.
Bowling, maybe?
It beats snooker. See you around, Walt. I drove up to the Atlas Alleys and parked in a lot across the street.
The bowling fanatics were at it hot and heavy, and I sat down on one of the spectator seats. Half an hour later, a pale little punk came in, got an alley, and began bowling alone. I decided to join him, not because he looked lonely, but because his name happened to be Roscoe Ward.
Yeah, great.
Hello, Roscoe.
Huh? Do I know you?
Well, I have the ugliest friends in town. Maybe you'd like to be one of them.
Sorry, I'm antisocial.
Mind if I bowl with him?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll go first. Oh, I knocked them all down. Now, what will you play with?
Hey, that's not bad. You got a swell approach.
Thanks.
What's your pitch anyway? What do you want from me?
Well, I'd like to meet some of your friends, Roscoe.
Like I said before, I'm antisocial.
So's your friend I want to meet. Just got back in town and won't let anyone see him.
What? Hey, now I remember you. The name's Diamond.
Good memory. Let's try it again. Know where Pete Rocco is?
Oh, so that's it, huh? But you better head to the Catskills. Word says that Petey's going to put a slug through your private eye.
Yeah, so I heard. I thought I'd look him up and beg for mercy or something.
Yeah, I bet. But sorry I can't help you.
You'll look it.
But if I should see Pete, I'll tell him you was looking for him. Yeah, you get a big kick out of that. Now beat it, leg man. I got a bowl.
Roscoe went back to his game, and I left the alleys. The only thing I knew about Pete Rocco was that somewhere in this city of millions he was waiting to kill yours truly. Not a pleasant thought, but then I'm not in a very pleasant business. I crossed the street to the parking lot and went to my car.
Hi, pal. Been waiting for you.
Wow, Pete Rocco.
Yeah. Get in.
You look thinner, Pete. Can I go across the street and get you a hot dog?
No, thanks, pal. Right now I've got my heart set on a little ride. Now get in.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer told me that
something I really like about Rexall milk of magnesia is that one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and the next one thin and watery. Somehow, Rexall milk of magnesia always seems to be just right.
Well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it won't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
Well, an easy definition would be the degree of thickness in a liquid. Now, Rexall scientists conduct scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall milk of magnesia to make sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity, because that's one big reason why you'll always get a uniform dosage from every bottle.
Oh, and I thought it was all just an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can always depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. With a gun pointed at me and Pete Rocco at my side, I followed directions and drove to a Harlem address. Pete led me upstairs and into a half-furnished flat.
Far enough. Now sit right here, bright boy. That's good. You know, pal, I've been waiting a long time for this.
You always were the patient type. What are you waiting for now, Pete? An audience?
Oh, I'm in no hurry. You just sit there and square it for a while. Who's there?
It's me, Roscoe. Well, hello, Snoopy. Can you beat this guy, Petey? He was looking for you.
Let's not rub it in, boys.
What you waiting for, Petey? Take care of him. Let's beat it.
Shut up. We don't leave till I get word it's all clear to pick up the money.
Yeah, but when are you going to find out? Who's going to let you know?
Don't get too nosy, Roscoe. Diamond, after you picked me up, I had a rough time. During that trial, I didn't know what they were going to throw at me. Life or the chair. Just had to wait. Well, that's what you're going to do.
You're going to sit there and you're going to wait. When you're least suspecting it, I'm going to put 3 slugs through your head.
My barber won't like this.
Yeah, just keep making cracks, wise guy. You break before long.
Yeah, you'll break before long.
Is there an echo in here?
Roscoe, did you shake that police tail?
Yeah, he's still looking for me in the bowling alley.
Good. Tie Diamond up tight and keep an eye on him. I'm going out for a while.
Oh, Pete, you ain't going to take a chance on getting sick.
Shut up. Been away for 5 years. I'll do what I want. Now tie him up.
Pete kept the gun on me while Roscoe tied my arms behind a chair. Then he put the gun he had taken from me in his left pocket and his own in his right. He resembled a walking armory as he went out the door.
You know, Snoopy, you're not so bad.
Oh, now watch it, Roscoe. You'll hurt my feelings.
Pete's a rough boy. I'm going to enjoy watching him settle with you.
Oh, you have such simple taste. What's in this for you? Pete giving you a cut?
Yeah, if he ever gets around to picking up the dough. He's got to wait until he gets the all-clear signal, though.
Oh, so there's someone else in this. Who, Roscoe?
I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't ask you. No, it's too bad you'll be a corpse soon.
Oh, thanks for the pleasant thought.
No, I mean it. That strike you made at the bowling alley tonight, that just wasn't luck. You got a swell approach.
You think so?
Yeah. That's where I have my trouble with my approach. But when Pete gives me my cut of the dough, I'm going to buy me an alley and bowl all the time.
Oh, how exciting.
Say, you want to give me a few pointers?
What?
The approach. Maybe you could help me improve mine, huh? Now, look, this floor is kind of slippery. Now, watch. Now, I always hold the ball like this. You see? I swing it back and approach like this. There. How'd it look to you?
Well, I couldn't see too well from here. Suppose you untie my hand.
Oh, no. You got to stay tied there.
I'm afraid I can't help you then. Come around this side. I can't see through that table.
Oh, all right. Yeah, well, I got it. I'll slide towards you this time.
All right.
There. What do you think of that?
Well, I won't hurt you now.
No, go on. Be brutal.
Well, it's too sloppy, Roscoe. You keep your head up too high.
The head, huh? Oh, yeah, sure. And keep the head down.
That's right. Ward followed instructions and kept his head down low, just in line with my foot. Chalk up a strike for Diamond. He went down like the number 10 pin. I managed to work my hands up over the back of the chair. Then a few calisthenics and my hands were in front of me, still tied, but free enough to call Walt Levinson on the phone. 15 minutes later, he arrived, put the cuffs on Ward, and untied me.
Say, you're loose. You know, maybe I should have kept you tied up. You might stay out of trouble then.
You're so considerate, Walt.
I'll put some men around the house. When Pete comes back with...
Uh-oh. Maybe him now.
Otis, bring Roscoe Ward over here. Come on. Ward, you pick up that phone and act like nothing's happened. Hold the receiver so we can hear who's on the line. If you don't, I'll see that the judge throws the book at you.
Hello.
Roscoe?
Yeah. Is this Pete?
Of course, you dope.
Wrong? Oh, no, Pete. No, everything's fine.
You sound funny. Take the phone over and put the receiver in front of Diamond.
Sure, Pete. He said.
I heard him. Give me that phone. Hello, Pete. Check up to see if I'm comfortable?
How long you been loose, pal?
Come again?
Diamond, I left you in a chair across the room. The phone don't reach that far.
Well, Pete, you're getting smarter.
Yeah, thanks. Too bad I'll have to postpone those 3 slugs in the head. But maybe later.
I'm glad you said maybe, Pete. I have different ideas.
Yeah, we'll see, pal. We'll see.
Well, he tricked us, Walt. He won't be back here.
Does this bird know where he is?
I don't think so. Roscoe, you mentioned that Pete had to wait for the word from someone before he could pick up that money. Who is that someone?
I told you before, I don't know.
Look, punk, you're all through. Help us out and you'll get a better deal in court.
Here, if I knew, I'd tell you. All I know is that Pete won't go near the door until someone gives him the green light.
No.
I think he's telling the truth, Walt. Take him downtown and book him. I'm going visiting. I I drove back out Mulberry Street to the Rocco cigar store. I was hoping Pete's brother, Dan, might remember some of Pete's old hangouts. I wanted to wrap up this case quickly for two reasons. One, Pete was a killer, might kill again at any minute. And two, I might be the one he'd killed.
Simon?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Danny.
I'm trying to get you in your office. I think I know where Pete is.
So, Mr. Diamond.
I'll tell you later.
I do hope you have something to report.
Well, not much, Mrs. Rocco. I met your son today on the wrong side of a gun. I don't know where he is now.
Oh, well, that's too bad. You will catch him, I'm sure of that. Peter must be punished. I don't hold with violence, Mr. Diamond.
Ma, don't you want me to drive you over to visit Mrs. Montelli?
Oh, well, that would be nice, Daniel. I'd like that.
Well, you get your wrap and we'll go now.
All right. And, Mr. Diamond, remember, I want my son caught quickly before he can kill again. Good day.
Now then, Danny, what were you saying about Pete?
I know where you can locate him. I didn't want to talk in front of Ma. I want to kept out of this.
Go on.
Pete called me a little while ago. He's coming over tonight. I'm taking Ma to visit a friend, so she'll be out of the way. Tonight's your chance, Diamond. Tonight.
I made plans to meet Danny out in front of the shop around 8. Then I went back to my office. I called Helen, booked my dinner dates for that evening, and waited as the hours ticked by. 7:30, and I was ready to go. Pete had taken my gun earlier, so I slipped a spare in my pocket and drove to the cigar store. I parked down the street, walked halfway up the block, and met Danny.
Diamond?
Yeah. Our boy showed up yet?
No, but he should be here soon. Come on.
We walked up to the shop, and Danny unlocked the door. The shop was dark as I entered, and I tripped over something on the floor. Hey, can we have some light in here?
Sure. Why not?
That's better. And then I saw what I tripped over. Pete Rocco with 6 bullet holes in his body. And then it was clear. Why had Pete come here? To get the money. That made the strong-arm boy behind me the contact. The one Pete was waiting for to give him the all-clear was little brother Danny.
Are you, Shamus?
I'll be honest. Yes, I am.
Pretty smooth, huh? Here, catch. Yeah, that's good. You'll notice it's your gun. Pete was bragging about how he took it from you. He let me see it.
And that was fatal.
Right. And this gun I got on you now was Pete's. I kill you, put the gun in Pete's hand, then I'm clear. You shot each other. No one will blame me.
You thought this all out, huh?
That's right. Pete and I robbed that bookie together. He left the dope for me to keep after he was picked up. I figured he'd never get out, but when he did, well, it's real convenient you're being around. Now say your prayers, Shamus. This is it.
Is he? Is he dead, Mr. Diamond?
No, you hit him in the shoulder. Better call an ambulance, though.
Yes. My boys. Peter and Daniel, look at them. I tried to teach them. I told them I wouldn't stand for violence. But they wouldn't listen. You know, sometimes you've just got to be stern.
For me, Miss Helen?
Yes, Francis. Will you fix us some drinks, please? Soda was mine.
And you, Mr. Diamond?
No, I'll take soda too, Francis. About a jiggerful.
Yes, sir.
Rick,
Mm-hmm.
don't you ever get tired?
Playing the piano? Never.
That's not what I meant. Like today, you were almost killed twice.
Honey, you can only be killed once.
All right, then. You were threatened twice. Don't you ever wish you were in a different profession?
For instance?
Oh, insurance, maybe. You can talk fast enough.
Well, you may have something there. Need a lot of gals in the insurance game.
On second thought, he'd be better as a good humor man. Need a lot of children instead.
Gals are like better.
And so I've noticed.
Oh, hell, what's wrong with my own business? Now, where else could I find excitement all day and a beautiful girl to sing to at night?
Flattery will get you everywhere, Mrs. Allen.
Don't I know it? A little bit independent in your walk. A little bit independent in your talk. There's nothing like you in Paris or New York. You're awfully easy on the eye. A little bit independent when we dance. A little bit independent towards romance. A bit of sophistication in your glance. And yet you're easy on the eye. Whenever I'm with you alone, you weave a magic spell. And though it be a danger zone, I only know that you're swell. A little bit independent with your smile. A little bit independent in your style. How can I help but love you all the while when you're so easy on the eye?
Rick.
Yes, baby?
I've been wondering which holds more attraction for you. Me or my piano?
Oh, come here, baby.
Here's your drink, Mr. Oh! Mr. Diamond. Miss Helen. Oh, dear. Why did I ever leave Cambridge?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. So whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Look for Dick Powell in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Right Cross, in which he co-stars with June Allison and Ricardo Montalban. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next week at this time when we will again present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids. Like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
the National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency?
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam.
Now, F, all is forgiven, like I told you.
How can you forgive me, Sam? I almost killed you.
Well, why kick yourself, F? You would have done the private detective profession a great favor.
Oh, don't say that,
By
Sam.
removing from its rolls the only operative in San Francisco stupid enough to shake an apple tree for an entire evening trying to pick up an apron full of bananas.
But they all can't come out right in the end, Sam.
Ah, but you haven't heard the postscript, Angel.
Postscript?
Postscript, indeed. Batten down the hatches and warn all within earshot that they're about to catch Stupid Sam, the incomparable, in a new act. For during the next 29 minutes and 30 seconds, I shall don the mantle of Don Quixote, shoulder my battered lance, and tilt at windmills in an object lesson to the gullible entitled The Spanish Prisoner Caper.
Transcribed for NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Effie? Yep. Oh, now, there, Angel. Don't cry, little girl. Don't cry.
I'm so stupid. You might have been...
Hush.
Yes.
We'll have no more of it here.
But
Not a word, not a word. Book, pencil.
Yes. Go ahead.
Date, fill it in to Miss Marjorie Loveland, Brockhaven Apartments, from Samuel Spade, still, license number 1375596.
Whoa.
Down, F.A., down. Subject, the Spanish prisoner caper. Dear Marjorie. When they made you, darling, they threw the mold away. In this day of the emancipated, self-sufficient, 100% competent female, it came as a fresh breeze and a boost to my masculine ego to run across a lady, white-haired and fragile withal, who needed protection. After meeting you, I knew what the fellow had in mind when he wrote, "Heaven will protect the working girl." As a matter of fact, you could have been the very girl, since you and the song were about the same vintage.
Do please sit down, Mr. Spade. May I fix you some tea?
No, thanks.
I planned to come to your office, but I decided I just couldn't risk going out at this time.
Oh, why that?
Well, he might come, you see. And I'd never forgive myself if I was out.
Oh, who's this?
Senor Palmera.
Oh.
Oh, he's more than a week overdue now, and I'm on pins and needles. I gave him my address here at the Brockhaven. But there's the Brocco Bank and the Brockhurst and the Brockmorton and the Brock. Yeah. It would be so easy for him to become confused, being a stranger in town.
Well, I'm a native. I'm confused myself.
Well, I thought perhaps you could locate him. He should be back from Mexico by now with Don Luis.
Luis.
Dear me. So many things could happen to them. Walking the streets with all that money.
What money?
The gold and the precious gems.
How about starting all over again?
Why? Haven't I made myself clear, Mr. Spade?
Well, I have the end fairly straight, yes, but if you'll give me the beginning, we'll have everything.
Well, I suppose the beginning was 3 weeks ago.
Where?
In the lobby of the Grand Hotel for Women.
I see.
I was staying there temporarily while I was waiting for this apartment, you see.
So?
So, the day I got word I could move here, I packed up and had them take my things out to the taxi. Then I went to the desk and got my money from the vault.
Oh, how much?
$840.
Cash?
Yes, in bills. My annuity money had just come from the East.
Well,
I just put the bills in my purse and was starting out the door when it happened. This voice came over my shoulder. A soft Latin voice saying, "Senorita, I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency."
And lo and behold, it was Senor Palmera.
How did you know?
Oh, I have a feeling for those things. Go ahead.
Well, his uncle, Don Luis Alvaro, was in terrible trouble, he said. In prison in Mexico City on some sort of trumped-up political charge.
And the family, though noble, was financially impoverished.
Yes, except
for a casket containing the family jewels and an assortment of priceless heirlooms, all hundreds of years old, hand-wrought of the finest virgin gold.
Mr. Spade, how everything...
Said caskets and its precious hoard being hidden away in a secret place known only to Don Luis. All he needs is a paltry $840.
It was $1,000. I went to the bank.
A paltry $1,000 to bribe a jail official, and presto, Don Louis goes free, unearths the casket, and rewards you with an ample share of the family treasure.
Mr. Spade, you've talked to Senor Palmera.
Nope. How badly do you need the dough?
Need it? Why, good heavens, Mr. Spade. It's all I have until next June. There's a small pension from the school board in Keokuk, but dear me, I don't know just how. Mr. Spade, do you mean he isn't coming back with my money?
The truth of the matter, Marjorie, was that you'd fallen for the Spanish prisoner's swindle. A hoary old chestnut that goes back to the day of P.T. Barnum and before. But you look like if I gave you an honest answer, you'd dissolve into tears. And as I said, I was in one of my heaven and Spade will protect the working girl moods, so I made up a dishonest one.
Mr. Spade, will
I'll try and look him up. Maybe it's all a terrible misunderstanding.
Oh, good.
Effie?
Bree? What's your name?
Miss Perrine.
Oh, Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Mr. Spade is...
This is Mr. Spade, charming one.
Oh, Sam, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dorothy's here, and I'm trying to learn to knit argyle socks.
Oh, fine. Drop all stitches and look in the file for me, will you? I remember getting a circular a while back on a con man who was running the Spanish prisoner around here.
What would it be under, Sam? Spanish prisoner?
Con games, obsolete. Get out the file.
Oh, just a minute. It's Sam, Dorothy. Count those stitches while I look in the file. Confidence game. Oh, here. You told me to knit two and slip two, I'm sure. Sam!
Yeah?
I found it. His name's Pedro Rodriguez.
Rodriguez?
There's no address, but it says he habitually associates with somebody named Lolita Montoya. Sounds Spanish.
Slightly. Any address for her?
615 Mason Street.
Fine.
And that's all there is, Sam. Oh, golly, I'm so mixed up with these darn argyles.
Oh, what's so tough about that?
You ought to try it sometime.
What row are you on?
27th. Knit 3 and slip 1, she says, and I...
She's wrong. Knit 2, slip 1, knit 1, pass 1, and knit 1. You got it?
Sam! How versatile!
Nothing at all. I've been going out with a gray lady. 615 Mason Street was a very large apartment building with the usual brass plate in the entry listing the inhabitants, among which I was happy to note was Lolita Montoya, apartment 408. I picked up the house phone and pressed the button.
Yeah?
Telegram for Lolita Montoya.
Lolita isn't here. Lolita? My Lolita? Who is calling? Just the telegram, Pop. Stick it in the box, eh?
Money order. Somebody has to sign for it.
But it may be important. I will take care of it, understand? Yes, I understand. Sonny?
Yeah?
Climb back into that cab I saw you get out of. Hustle over to Western Union and tell the president Lolita's on a vacation. Get it?
Score for you now. Hello? Well. Nothing daunted, I punched a few bells until one of the less suspicious tenants gave me the front door buzz, walked in, and took the automatic elevator to the 4th floor. Or I should say toward the 4th floor, since halfway between the 3rd and 4th she quit cold. The elevator, that is, but there are devices for such things. I pushed the button marked emergency, and it took me only 50 minutes to get out, assisted by the janitor, the manager, and 12 tenants. The doors on the 4th floor, it seemed, had been carelessly pried open and held that way by a magazine carelessly stuck in the crack. Continuing my stealthy approach to 408, I found my man and his pal had somehow sensed I was coming and run off without stopping to close the door. The apartment was filled with cigarette smoke and not much else, a bed, an empty dresser, and a table on which were one pot half full of foul black coffee, a little pointed gadget that looked like a nut pick, and a handful of metal shavings. I was contemplating what connection, if any, this had with your missing $1,000 when... Yeah?
This is Stuyvesant, Pedro. I just wanted to inquire how everything is coming along, if at all.
See, great.
How much?
Well, there's $1,000.
Is it good?
Oh, gee, boy, what do you think?
Pedro, this here is joyous news. Like you said, Pedro, our Spanish prisoner is a valuable man. I must hustle over to the lighthouse and inform Lolita.
The lighthouse?
She has been very conscientious in the rule, Pedro, very.
Oh, see, great.
It's not every girl who would sell out her grandfather so readily, Pedro.
Nope.
We must not take Lolita for granted. I will give it a new rumble, and we'll see her tonight at Simplex, right?
See, right.
Au revoir, Pedro.
Au revoir? What au revoir? Oulé, Stevie. The only lighthouse I knew was a gin mill perched midway down the Embarcadero south of Market, surrounded by shoals strewn with human wrecks of all description. A place you might find shell game men and carny grifters, but hardly a habitat for a con man smooth enough to work the Spanish prisoner. The lighthouse keeper, who looked like he'd retired from the sea after a losing battle with Moby Dick, was bent over a pinball machine next to the door. As far as I could see by the one light in the joint, it was empty.
Get up, get up. Yeah, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Oh. Too bad, lighthouse keeper.
Yeah, what do you have?
Well, beer when you're ready. Do you know Pedro Rodriguez?
Yeah, worked for me once, a couple of years ago. I canned him.
Why?
He's a swab. Only honest nickel he ever made was when he was here.
All right, get up, get up, get up, get
up. Thanks. Yeah, crooked swab is Pedro Rodriguez. He's up to something right now, if you ask me.
Spanish prisoner?
Oh, you mixed up in it too, huh?
Nope, I just want to be. How does it go?
Well, I don't know much about it, only it seems to smell. See, Pedro was sitting at the bar the other night with another swab, talking about a old Spanish gent who's going to make him $1 million. Just come over from Spade. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Nice shot.
Body English, pure and simple.
Yeah, so what about the Spanish gent?
Well, I didn't hear no more about that. Hey, I'll tell you what you do. You ask Lolita about it. Anything Pedro is mixed up in, she generally knows about.
Good. Where do I find Lolita?
Let's see. I ain't sure whether it's the third or the fourth.
Third or fourth what?
The booth from the back there.
Oh.
She's been sitting there all night writing letters. You better be careful, though. She got an awful temper.
Thanks, lighthouse keeper. How about the beer?
Sure. Hey, Larry, draw one.
So Larry drew one, and I took it down to the bar to a point opposite booth number 4, which indeed contained Lolita, a fragile little thing wearing a turtleneck sweater marked Stillman's Gin. The table was covered with writing paper, and her alabaster brow was a mass of unsightly wrinkles as she chewed the end of her fountain pen. I'd no sooner settled down when the front door opened and what appeared to be the reincarnation of Gargantua the gorilla, only with clothes, steamed down the aisle and slid in next to Lolita, who was not alarmed at all.
Lolita, I bear tidings.
Listen to this. I am making progress. Grandfather dear, you cannot know how dire is the peril into which I have been thrust. Okay?
Possible.
Or maybe, Grandfather beloved. As I take up my pen in hand, I am overcome with fear. Things look very black indeed. I have fallen into the clutches of a... Stuyvesant, what are you grinning at?
I have just conversed with Pedro on the telephone. We are in.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you mean no more letters?
No more. Pedro is exalted. He says that...
What's the matter?
Are we interfering with your train of thought, Buster?
No. Go right ahead. I'll just sit here and drink my beer.
Wait a minute. Now, look, George, there is plenty of bar down near the front door.
Leave him be, Lolita. He's just a schmuck.
I'm not so sure. He's got an honest look about him I do not like. What is on your mind, George?
Pedro.
Pedro, huh?
Yeah, he's getting careless. Shortchanged a friend of mine $1,000.
How does this figure?
This man is subtle, Stivey.
Yeah.
You are anxious to put the bite on Pedro for $1,000, right?
Huh? That is, unless Pedro wants to take a 5-year rap, it's up to him.
5-year rap for what?
Stupidity. He ought to know better than to try to get by with a Spanish prisoner, honey.
Spanish prisoner? Nose.
What did I tell you? It's a shakedown.
Are you?
Relax, Iverson. Violence will get you nowhere.
Out of my way, Stardust. Then I'll show the tin horn.
Lay off, Lolita, not the gun.
I said get out of my way.
You better let me have it, baby.
Lolita, temper.
The gun with one hand while Lolita chewed on my other one. Stuyvesant, meanwhile, catching my head under his arm like a nutcracker and kicking me in the stomach with his knee. This went on for some time, then I became vaguely aware of Stuyvesant's fist, as big as a ham, coming up from the floor. He caught me on the side of the head, and I skittered down the marble floor, past the row of booths like a ball in a bowling alley, scoring a 10-strike on the pinball machine, which leaned drunkenly over me, stuck out its coin drawer, and flashed a red light in my face, reading, "Foul ball, try again." Stupid me, I did.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery tomorrow on NBC. For music, your hit parade brings you the top tunes in the land, as selected by you and presented by Raymond Scott's Orchestra, Eileen Wilson, and Snooky Lanson. For mystery, Herbert Marshall stars as the Man Called X, an intrepid adventurer in international intrigue who travels to all corners of the world. Wherever there is danger, romance, and mystery, there you will find the Man Called X. And now back to the Spanish Prisoner Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I came to with my head jammed between the brass rail and the bar next to what proved to be the lighthouse keeper's left shoe, parked as always in front of the pinball machine.
Larry, that's up front.
Oh.
Get up.
Where are they?
Top hole is all filled with 3 balls to go.
Congratulations. How about Lolita and the mug?
Oh, Deb. All right, get up. Oh, Deb? Took off, blast them. I had 780,000 points run up, and they had to go throw you at the machine, cause a tilt. And Larry!
I sat until the buzzing in my ears quieted down and tried to hark back to the phone conversation with Stuyvesant in the apartment. It came eventually, and I pried mine host, the lighthouse keeper, away from the pinball machine and sat him down next to me with the yellow and standard sections of the telephone book.
Simplex Bar Supply?
No. Simplex, Easy Do Garden Furniture, nope.
How about Simplex Printing Company, 509 Sansom Street?
Nope. Simplex Office Files.
Simplex Service Station, 12th and...
Nope.
Well, how do you know, mate? There's 42 Simplexes in this book alone.
You find one that sounds like the front for a con operation, I'll buy it. Let's see. Simplex Cleaners, nope.
Simplex Associates, nope.
What's that?
Nothing suspicious. Simplex Associates. Business opportunities, investments, gold, oil, and mining securities, marked cards, loaded dice, and Las Vegas real estate. Nothing.
Well, that just sounds like it might be a possibility, though. Yeah, real estate. Nothing.
Homicide, Dundee.
Sam Dundee, do me a favor, will you, pal?
What?
Run across the hall and check the bunco files. There's an outfit called Simplex Associates.
Well, what's it about?
Well, it started out as a con game. A grifter took my client for $1,000 on the Spanish prisoner.
Spanish prisoner?
Yeah.
Well, what's that got to do with me? Call Bunko yourself, Sam.
They're closed down at this time of night, Dundee. Be a sweetheart now,
I'm
will
no
you?
sweetheart. I'm a homicide lieutenant, and I don't run a service agency for private detectives. Unless there's a corpse in it. You can take your business elsewhere.
Dundee, look. Hold it, will you?
I can't hold it. I got to get it.
Lolita, where is she? Where is my...
I got him.
Put him down on the floor.
The couch in the back.
No, don't move. Easy there. That's it.
Lolita, I know she's here. They must free her. You must call the police and...
Free her?
Why was Pedro holding her?
To make me do this thing, this terrible thing. And I have done it. But you must stop him now. He will let my Lolita go now. Then you must stop him. Millions of pesos in my honor. You must.
Where is he?
Simplex.
He's in a bad way, mate.
Not anymore. He was an aristocrat, thin face, silver hair, and the look of a Bourbon. It stopped me, Marjorie, because here it was, just like your Senor Palmera told you. The nobleman in the ragged clothes and dangling from one of his ankles the broken chain of a leg iron. In short, the complete Spanish prisoner.
Here all day.
Bundy, it's legitimate now. You've got your corpse. There was nothing on him to indicate who he was or where he came from, but I had a feeling I'd seen him before. After making the lighthouse keeper promise me he'd lay off the pinball game until Dundee arrived, I took off from my office on a very practical errand. Buckling on my .45, sweetheart. If I had a light tank and a bazooka, I'd take them, too.
Oh, Sam, your face
I know, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, about the Spanish prison?
Well, there's a real Spanish prisoner in this one, F. He's dead now, by the way, and from the cheap grift of $1,000 from a poor retired school teacher. We're now up in the $1 million bracket. They got a murderous ex-Corrine playing like she's been kidnapped and writing extortion notes to her grandpa, and a mug who looks like a monkey's nightmare, and nut picks and metal shavings, and someplace or somebody named Simplex, not to mention...
Oh, Sam, stop it. It's all my fault. I was so mixed up with the Argyles.
What have the Argyles got to do with it?
When you called about the file, the circular on the confidence man.
Yeah?
I was looking under calm under the C's, but I got out the one next to it by mistake.
No.
Yes. The one marked counterfeiters.
Only then did I remember where I'd seen the old man before. The paper was still on my desk, and his picture was still on the front page over an article that ran something like this. Search on for ex-Spanish Treasury official. Police today were still without definite leads in the search for Ramon Montoya, former chief engraver of the Spanish Mint. Montoya, who arrived in San Francisco 3 weeks ago to visit his granddaughter, vanished from his hotel room shortly after checking in, etc., etc., etc.
Yes, Sam?
Call Lieutenant Dundee at the lighthouse on the Embarcadero. Also call the Treasury Department. Tell them both Pedro Rodriguez and his two assistants are even now busily running off currency from plates engraved by Ramon Montoya at the Simplex Printing Company, 509 Sansom Street.
Yes, sir.
Mexican pesos it was, by the basketful. And the Treasury dicks agreed it was a happy thing for Mexico that Ramon had kept his engraver's tool on the right side of the law up to now. As to the matter of your Senor Palmera and his Spanish prisoner, I had excusably, I hope, lost my enthusiasm. And so it was, Marjorie, that I walked into the Palace Hotel lobby a couple of hours later to call you.
Yes, sir?
I'd like some nickels to phone, please.
Why, sir. Shall I?
No. They're phony Mexican bills.
Oh, dear. Dear me. Oh, good heavens. You shouldn't show money around like that.
I just stuck them in my pockets forever and forgot to turn them over to the Treasury. Here we are. Here's the dime.
Yes, sir. And here you are.
Yep.
Hey, senor. You dropped some big money.
Keep it.
Huh?
Yeah. Put these back in my pocket.
Excuse me, please, senor. Hey, John, look, I want to talk to you.
Hello?
Marjorie, this is Sam Spade.
Look, senor, I got to talk to you.
Mr. Spade, did you find him?
I'm sorry, Marjorie.
I beg your pardon, senor.
Just a minute, Marge. Look, buddy, you can have the phone in a minute. Now, will you relax?
You mean my money is gone?
I'm afraid so, Marge. It's an expensive lesson, but it's worth it if you remember, honey. From now on, never flash your money in public places.
Senor, please.
I'm almost through. Will you wait a minute? And never trust strangers, Marge. The world is full of sharks looking around for easy, middle-aged ladies with bankrolls.
But he seemed so honest, Mr. Spade.
That's the trouble.
The way he came up to me and said, Senorita, I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency.
I know. He saw your bankroll, and he figured...
you on a matter of terrible urgency.
Figured you look like an easy mark, Marge, so...
Senor?
Just a minute, Marjorie. What did you say?
I say I come to you on a matter of terrible urgency. My uncle, Don Luis Alvarado, he's in awful trouble.
Oh?
Oh, there's going to be great rewards, senor, if you help us.
You know, we just might be able to work something out. Well, Marjorie, he had $1,358, from which I deducted your $1,000 enclosed herewith, plus $58 representing my standard retainer. Period. End of report.
Oh, it must be awful to be gullible like that. Dear, sweet little soul.
Yes?
Imagine her falling for a transparent swindle like that. Now, that's one thing I've learned from you, Sam.
Oh?
I have my savings in a real good, solid thing.
What's that?
An avocado mine.
An avocado mine? Where?
In Nome. That's in Alaska, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, nevertheless, and notwithstanding, go type that up.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. For something new about the Army, hear the Phil Regan Show every Sunday on NBC. Coming from a different service base every week, Phil Regan brings you songs and fun and brings prizes to talented GIs. It's an exciting newcomer in your Sunday chime lineup on NBC. And Sunday also means Cary Grant and Betsy Drake as Mr. and Mrs. Blanding.
Here it is, Sam. Why, Sam.
A knit 2, purl 3, slip 1, and knit 1, you see?
How many rows did you do?
I'm on 57.
Are you sure you're right, Sam?
Well, look at it. Have you ever seen such argyle?
Well, that's what I mean, Sam. They sort of billow out, don't they?
Well, who cares? That guy you're making them for probably won't appreciate him anyway.
But they have to fit, Sam.
Well, look at that. It'll make a perfect sleeping bag for a fat cat. Now, tell him your boss loused them up.
But, Sam... Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Well, it was going to be a surprise. Therefore,
No.
Yes?
Well, I'll treasure him, sweetheart. They're beautiful. Just what I wanted.
That's my boss. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Tonight's transcribed adventure of Sam Spade was produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lurene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Verna Felton, Lou Merrill, Shirley Mitchell, Ed Max, Jerry Hausner, Nestor Paiva, and Tony Barrett. Script for tonight's adventures by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. For more mystery excitement tomorrow, it's The Man Called X on NBC.